What is up, guys? Thank you so much for joining me tonight. We're going to put some motherfuckers on blast. That's what we're going to do tonight. And Retro Heck is already here. What is up, Heck? Thanks for stopping by. We got 7 people watching, so let's just get into it. First thing we want to talk about, this happened on, oh, by the way, NES Addict will probably stop by later, so it'd be great to see him. So if you're an NES Addict fan, stick around for sure. So we had our convention this couple weekends ago, last weekend. The Ohio Retro Gamers. They have a Facebook group. It's called TORG, which is short for the Ohio Retro Gamers. And it's been a toxic group, in my opinion, for a while. It's a look what I found for a good deal. Buy this, from me sort of group. It's completely different than the Micro Machines group that I'm in that's specifically for collectors. Where we don't have that sort of problem where people are just spamming with how much is this worth? Did I get a good deal? Does anybody want to buy this? But anyway, we'll just get into it. So somebody posted on the Torg Facebook group, should video game stores price their games at or above eBay? And, got a lot of comments because that's a controversial topic. So I posted in there, I said, absolutely not. If you can get it cheaper on eBay, have the item delivered to your front door, if you're not satisfied with the product, you can send it back and get a full return or full refund. That's a better deal than getting into your car, taking time out of your life, using your gas to get to the store, wear and tear on your car, and then you hope that they have the game. Now, we're not talking about like $1 or $2 more. Okay. Come on. As much as we'd like to, we can't really expect all these guys to price check all of their games all of the time. Some of them are going to be a little higher. Some of them are going to be a little lower, but those were my thoughts. What do I need to go to a game store for if they're just going to price at or above eBay? That's the same question I will pose to you guys in the chat if you want to weigh in. And I'll put them on blast. Buzzy from Bad Graphics Gamers, he and Jay, I've known them from conventions. I don't really know them, but I just kind of know them in passing from dealing with them at conventions. Really nice guys, always willing to sort of cut deals at conventions and bundle deals and all that stuff. And if you haven't seen their channel, I don't know if they do anything on their channel anymore, but the couple times that I've met them, really nice guys. What this boils down to is that Buzzy won't step out of his ivory tower as a game store owner and look at the problem critically. He looks at it from a game store's owner perspective. So the first thing he tried to do was to get very defensive and accuse me and basically shame me into saying that I don't support local businesses, small businesses. It's absolutely wrong. I love going to game stores. There's some in Newark. I talk about them all the time. Maxine's Bargain Box, Brian's Video Trader, the Buckeye Games and Flea Market. Love those places because they're generally under eBay and they'll cut you good deals, especially if you're a regular there. Most of the time at Maxine's, they don't even charge me for disc resurfacing if I have like a GameCube disc because I don't have a one for my attachment. So basically I said, listen, man, I don't support bad businesses. Okay. There are game stores that I don't go to. And if there's no incentive for me to come to your store, like, rewards or loyalty programs, Tyler and I went to Video Game Galaxy, I think it's called, out in Newark. And, for every $10 you spend, you get 1 point. And if you get 5 points, then it's basically like a $5 gift card. You know what I mean? So those are great incentivizers. Sales, Brian's Video Trader. Cartridge games under $27.99 are always half off if you're paying with cash or, like a debit card. So it gives you incentive to go in there. I'm sure they're a little bit above. So if it's like a $10 game, they're probably about $14, but you get half off, right? So it's $7. So it's actually $3 cheaper than eBay. Now, what Pete is saying is, of course, when the world is your market, you can demand a higher price. The game store's market is the local to one city. You have to price accordingly. If prices are at eBay, I won't shop there, period. Yeah, I really won't shop there either. I go to game stores to look for deals. Again, think about the time that you're putting into it, the life investment that you're putting into it, the gas, wear and tear on your cars. You go there and you hope that they have it. But he replies back, and he's like, because he's defending his position, and I get it, about, well, we create a family-friendly atmosphere. I don't care. I don't care. Well, we have overhead and employees to pay. I don't care. That's not my problem. I'm supposed to take on the burden that you can't run your business properly and pay higher prices so you can keep the lights on at your store, which, by the way, a lot of these game stores now are selling all of their higher end stuff on eBay. So they want to stay in business as a brick and mortar, but they're using the one platform that is essentially putting them out of fucking business, which is eBay. So it's very contradictory and very hypocritical for somebody to come on, on the website there on Facebook and tell me that I don't support local business because I prefer to buy games on eBay, but then they sell games on eBay, so they are not really being respectful, or they don't care about their local buyers. And we'll talk about this when we get into our next topic, which is the retro gaming bubble going to burst? And we sort of talk about the dynamics of that. So you would think like that's one isolated incident and, whatever. But the next day somebody posted that, and I wrote some notes, that they went to Play It Traded on North High Street, which is a game store that pretty much has everything, man. They do a lot of business. They have a big store. They got a lot of stuff there. I've been there a couple times. It's great to see it. But again, they're always priced at or above eBay. So this person in our Facebook market group said, hey, I was in town. I happened to go to this store, and I was looking on the shelf, and they had some games that were $25. They were marked $25, but the current market value for these games are about $40-$50 each. So the person takes these games up to the counter with some other items that they wanted to buy. The clerk then looks up the games on eBay and says, I can't sell these games to you for $25. I can't honor the price tag that's on it in our store. So the guy asked, okay, well, what will you give me? I'm kind of buying a lot of stuff here. What's the best you can do? And he basically quoted him eBay prices. So the person that was at the store that was buying stuff said, no, I don't want it. That's okay. Okay. And the guy goes, okay, well, do you want this other stuff that you're going to buy? And the guy's like, no, if you're not going to honor your prices, I'm not buying anything here. So good for him for standing up for it. But again, Buzzy from Bad Graphics Gamers, who owns a video game store down in Cincinnati, has to defend his position, has to be in his ivory tower, like he's, and we'll talk about this in a minute. I don't want to get too far ahead. So, well, we don't have time to, check all of our prices and put new price tags on them. That's a you problem. You had to know that when you bought your store, that these collectible prices fluctuate. They go up and down. So then he cuts in with, well, I always get people that come up to me and say, hey, you got $15 on this game. It's going for less on eBay. Can you adjust the price accordingly? And I always do. Good for you. But don't act like I'm supposed to do your price checking for you and then come up to the counter and go, hey, by the way, I know you have $20 on this. It's actually going for about $30 on eBay. Could you charge me more? I don't do that at Goodwill or thrift stores. You have $1.99 on this item. It's actually a $50 item. If you want to charge me $3 or $4 more, that's cool. It doesn't work that way. And it doesn't work that way because these game stores have created a us versus them mentality. They're trying to suck every dollar out of us to support their precious game store. And they sell half of the good shit on eBay anyway. And the stuff that's in the store is overpriced. And then they get mad at us because we don't want to pay those prices. We don't want to drive 30, 40 minutes away, 50 minutes away, whatever it is. Some of you guys have to drive farther. I know some people that their nearest like Lego store, Walmart is like an hour and a half away. So it's a day trip for them. It's 3 hours round trip. It's just crazy. But the idea that these guys are such fucking elitists that they think because they have an eBay store that entitles them to charge more and that we're going to put up with that, those days are coming to an end. And we will talk about that when we get to the video game bubble stuff. I'm not going to bow down to Buzzy from Bad Graphics Gamers because he owns a game store. Good for you. If you want to stay in business, then you need to compete with eBay, which means that you should price your games under eBay. And I'm not talking about games that, maybe like $1 more, maybe like, like Tecmo Bowl's like a $10 game and they got it for $12 in their store, whatever. The other argument that these guys often give is, Well, you're paying for the convenience to have it in your hand right now. And people like to hold the item and look at it before they buy it. And I totally understand that. But to charge a premium for that is absolutely ridiculous. Because like I said, when I order a game off of eBay, if it says it's in mint condition and I get it in my hands and the top label of my Nintendo game is ripped off, I can say item not as described. They pay for shipping back. I get a full cash refund. There are video game stores, and there's a lot of video game stores in the Central Ohio area that you could buy a game, a $20 game with cash, have the receipt that says that you paid in cash, take it back to the game store, and they will still give you in-store credit. So how is that better than eBay? It blows my mind. The idea that we're providing you a service, so you need to pay up. You need to feed my kids is the nonsense that they're going for. Pete says his argument is BS. Those guys for like 50 plus market value or less. They bought those $25 games from when they were $25 and only paid $12. They get greedy with the prices as the prices go up. Yeah. Mount Sudden says in Scotland we have very little game stores. We have a CEX, which is like GameStop that rip off people for retro games. Saw today. What's the going rate for Donkey Kong Country on Super Nintendo? I'm gonna guess about 20 or 25 bucks. GameStop's offering $3.20 credit for it. And I'm like, Jesus, I'd probably give you like $8 for a Donkey Kong Country games, you know what I mean? And then I'll resell them. It'll cut into my profit margin, but whatever, you know what I mean? Like GameStop, but see, GameStop has an incentive to go into the store if you're a pro member. They give you a $5 in-store gift card. You know, they have the modern stuff. You can order the retro stuff online. I wish they would do retro stuff in-house, but they just don't. So basically, I'm just tired of these game store owners complaining that we don't want to pay high prices. Like I said, I don't understand where this is coming from a logical perspective, other than it's their store and they have to defend their position, because this is how they feed their families. And in a couple of years, when this retro game bubble bursts and those stores go out of business, what are you going to do? You know? So it's absolutely ridiculous. And I know some of you guys feel that strain, right? Like you guys know what I'm talking about. Luckily, like Maxine's Bargain Box, that place, and this is how you know a retro game store is struggling. When they start selling Funkos and action figures and Yu-Gi-Oh cards and Pokemon cards, because they don't make enough in sales with the video game stuff that they have to switch to something else to keep their lights on. But I know Maxine's, they have so much stuff to go through, they do not have the time to go through the retro video game prices. So you will still find, $20 PlayStation 2 games on the shelf that are marked at $7 or $8, because that's what those games went for, 6-7 years ago. They just don't have the time. So those are the stores that I prefer to go to, stores where they value their customers. They give your customers deals. Like I'll go to Maxine's and I'll buy like $30 worth of stuff, and they'll give me like a $10 game for free. You know what I mean? These guys act like they're like some type of elitist gatekeepers of the gaming community, and they tell us that we're bad people for buying stuff on eBay when half of them sell shit on eBay. And then try and guilt you or shame you or accuse you of not supporting small businesses. It's absolutely crazy town. And like I said, they are the ones that have created the us versus them mentality, not us. If they were doing what they were supposed to, pricing games the way they were supposed to price them, we would all just go to the game stores and buy games, but they don't. So now we're not going to game stores. And then they blame us for not wanting to pay the high prices or not honoring the price tags that they have on their games. And you're absolutely right. That game that was priced at $25, they probably gave some soccer mom or some poor kid, $6 trade credit for it. So they're not really losing out. They're just greedy fuckers that want to make every dollar. Now they want to make every dollar off of you. That's who they want to make the dollars off of. That poor sucker that just likes to come into the game store and hang out because they have nothing better to do and talk about, I don't know, the new Onimusha game or some nonsense and be in the game store for hours. Most of us don't have that kind of time. We hit the game store, we go in, check it out, maybe do a second or third lap, get what we want to get, and we're out. We're not in there hanging out all day. Retro Gaming Star says, and GameStop is a perfect example of that, my man. Yeah, I mean, listen, GameStop, for all of the things that they do wrong, they're going to do enough right to stay in business. And again, we'll talk about that when we talk about the retro gaming bubble, And like I said, these stores don't care about you per se. They care about your dollars. It's nostalgia. It's for love of gaming. We're all passionate gamers. We're all in the community together. Now pay me $5 more than what this game is actually worth so I can keep my store open. No, fuck you. How about that? Fuck you. No, go out of business. I don't give a fuck. Because I'll always be able to buy games on eBay or Facebook Marketplace. You know what I mean? Like, these guys do not appreciate the situation that they're in. They're in a highly speculative market. And at any time, and we'll talk about this in a minute, anytime this whole thing that we've been in for the last 10 years could burst and nobody's going to want retro games anymore. So that's just how I feel about it. I wanted to kind of rant a little bit about that nonsense. Yeah, it's getting absolutely ridiculous. And when you attack me and try to shame me that I don't support local businesses, when every week in my pickup videos, when I stand right there and I do my pickup videos and I tell you that, hey, we went to Brian's Video Trader. Hey, we went to the Buckeye Games and Flea Market. Hey, we went to Maxine's. Hey, we did this. We went to this convention. But I'm the bad consumer? Fuck that and fuck you. How about that? I was hoping that Bad Graphics was going to set up a booth at the Ohio Retro Gamers Convention, and I was going to buy about $50 worth of shit from them, throw money down on their counter and go, there, that's me supporting small businesses. You know what I mean? Pete says, I also blame customers for paying up for limited edition garbage. It encourages companies to upset literal junk. I also blame customers for paying up for limited. Yeah. So, like The Last of Us, right? I love The Last of Us. I bought The Last of Us 2 Collector's Edition. That's not something that I do often. I was happy with what I was getting with it. So I was more than happy to pay up for it. But yeah, it's crazy town. And let me just flip the thing here. We'll go to the video game bubble stuff. The idea, the sheer audacity that you will not take extreme ownership over your prices or your business or how you deal with customers, and somehow you shift that blame onto the customer is absolutely 100% without a doubt. That is lack of leadership and lack of ownership of the video game store owner. 100%. Game store owners bitching and complaining and trying to call people out on Facebook that they don't support local business because they don't want to pay over eBay. That is absolute bullshit. What is up, Drix? What's going on, man? Good to see you. Check out Matt Drix, man. Good channel. Good channel. Shouted him out. Doing my Camelot, whatever that fucker's name is. It's crazy town. Have any of you guys had that exact same experience where you walk up to a counter and they won't honor the price? We have a game store here locally. It's called Cap Games. It's in Gahanna. And I think they have a store, Games Unlimited or Unlimited Games or something. It's close by. They don't put prices on anything. You literally grab the stuff you want off the shelf, walk up to the counter, and they price it there. Now, the problem with that is I look up a game. This person looks like they have money, or they look like they're a nerd and they're going to pay for it. So I look it up. It's an $8 game, and I tell them $10. The last time I was at Cap Games, I grabbed a stack of N64 commons. A stack of them, probably 25, 30 N64 games. Walked up to the counter. I'm like, yeah, I need those for my to fill out my collection. Well, he's like, okay. So he started pricing them, and I'm walking around the store. Came back about 20, 30 minutes later. He's like, yeah, here's your total on that. I'm like, oh, yeah, those are like eBay prices. I'm not going to pay that. And made his ass put them back on the shelf. So I absolutely wasted his time by making him look up 30 Nintendo 64 games and made him waste the time to put them back on the shelf. I did that on purpose because I'm so pissed off and so fed up with these game store owners. Mason says, I think the future for these game stores is to close their shops and sell retro games on their personal websites with less overhead. Retail, high street in the UK is pretty much dying. Okay. Yeah, I mean, listen, if you can't afford to do proper business in your place of business, then it's probably time to shut down the business. And like I said, a lot of these guys sell all their good stuff that they get in the store on eBay anyway. And why do they do that? Because they know they're going to get more money there. So they're not customer pleasing. If it's a a $200 game, they'll put it on their eBay store for like $210, right? Plus shipping. And then after fee, if they were smart about it, after fees and all that stuff, what are you going to make there? About 160. So, how about put it in your store for 160 or 170? You'll make the same, if not a little bit more than what you would get on eBay after fees and shipping. The video game hoarder, Robert Mitchell. I blame CM Retro for stopping me from stealing his Hulk Hogan in the background. What's the world coming to? I don't know, man. It's crazy town. The store is only there to get trade-ins. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. They are basically they are a brick and mortar place for suckers to go in there, trade in their games for, 15 to 20% of what the actual value is, offer in-store trade credit, which makes that deal even cheaper for the store owner, and then sell everything at a higher price than eBay. It's disgusting. And, maybe we'll make a series about calling out these stores. We'll go to a store, we'll check it out. And if it's a bad store, then we'll just start calling them out. We'll make rant videos from the car, like Smash JT or Retro Bro. That's what we'll do. How about that? I'll go to Five Below. I'll get a little suction cup iPhone thing for my phone, for my car. And we'll just make rant videos from the car about game stores. But these are the same guys that are trying to, cast this false illusion that there's some type of solidarity in the gaming community, and it's all smoke and mirrors. They just want you to go in their store and pay these higher prices, and they act like you should treat them as gods because they have a brick and mortar store, as if they've made it. You know what I mean? Like, what are we doing? What the fuck are we doing? I would say if you have any of those stores in your town, don't go to them. When he said that people, they come up to me and tell me that this, I have it marked at 15 and, it's going on eBay for $10. Can you lower the price? Do you want to make a sale or not? How important is it to keep the lights on, to feed your kids, to, keep the doors open in the store? You know what I'm saying? Like, and of course I'm not going to tell you that the $25 game is worth $50. I don't do that at garage sales. I don't do it at thrift stores. I don't do it on Marketplace. Like, I'm supposed to have some type of, reverence or respect for you that I'm like, hey, buddy, just to let you know, you have this game marked half off. No, it is your responsibility to take care of your store and price your games accordingly. That's a lot of emphasis on you. Again, extreme ownership. But they don't want to take it. They want to blame the customers. Crazy town. We are living in retro video game crazy town. And it's fucking nuts. All right. Anybody else have anything to say on that? Pete's chiming in here. You could put it up, an ad up on offer up 50% off eBay to buy games and cut the game stores out of the loop. Yeah, you probably could. You probably could. I tried that a couple years ago because Shad Juice, love Shad Juice, mentioned in one of his videos, this was again years ago, put up a wanted ad on Craigslist. Hey, looking for old video games, and people message you, but it's a little bit different now because people are starting to look stuff up on eBay and they're like, hey, it's worth about $100. I want $100. And then you try and tell them the reality of the situation, and they don't want to listen. So I don't know if that's something you can do in your area, Pete, that you could make it like a plausible business or collecting type model. But here in Central Ohio, there's a lot of game stores, a lot of game collectors and resellers, and that's tougher to do. Absolutely tougher to do. Mason says buying job lots saves a lot of money. I usually try and buy in bulk. I don't know if you mean like buying like broken consoles and fixing them and then reselling them, because that's a good racket too. I've done that a couple times. That's a good thing. All right, so the next topic that we want to talk about, there's been over the last month or so, there's been a lot of debate about this. This is a very, very hot topic. It is the retro video game bubble, or this video game bubble that we're living in. But I feel like I need to sort of preface this by saying the rare stuff will always probably be rare and collectible and somewhat valuable, right? Like Little Samson isn't going to drop down to a $10 game ever again, right? So what are we talking about? We're talking about, these common games, Ninja Gaiden, Contra, stuff like that go for, $30 now, $35, $40 now. When it wasn't that long ago that they were $20, $15 games, and they're great games. Don't get me wrong. They're worth every penny of it, but these prices are getting out of hand, and they're getting out of hand to a point where collectors will stop collecting them. I don't need to have all my childhood Nintendo games back right this second. I only have 4 left. I can wait another 5 or 6 years. But the retro video game bubble, when is this thing going to burst? Let's look at the reality of the situation here. We've been in the retro video game bubble for about 10 years, since about 2010. Some people would say it was a little bit earlier, maybe 2008, but let's just use 2010 as a sort of a round number. We've been in the retro video game bubble for the last 11 years. Prices have continued to go up, and just like any other collectible market, whether it's coins, comics, action figures, that burst. There becomes a point where the price is too great for collectors to be involved in. And collectors that, can wait, we should all just wait. That's what we should do. Yeah, Deadly Premonition on the 360 and the PS3. Those games will always be rare and they'll always have value. But the idea with the length of time that we've had in this bubble rolls sort of into this next point. We're running out of retro, boys and girls. Most people consider 6th generation, PS2, Xbox, GameCube, and Dreamcast the last retro, gaming console generation. Great generation, best generation. But we got some issues here. The Dreamcast stuff will always be rare because it was only out for about a year. The GameCube stuff will always be sort of rare and hard to find because, people hoard that Nintendo stuff, and it's also a little bit harder to find. But once we run out of retro, once we watch Nintendo prices go up, they stabilize, and then all of a sudden Super Nintendo goes up, they kind of stabilize. Now, N64 stuff goes up and kind of stabilizes. Now we're seeing that with Xbox and PS2 games where, $10 games are now like $25. They're getting pretty expensive. That will stabilize because the nostalgia that we have for those consoles is so high that we want to buy it. Kids that had the Xbox 360 and the PS3 when they were 8 years old, now they're probably in their 20s, their mid 20s. They got about another 10 years to go before they're in their 30s, their mid 30s, where they've got disposable income and they start buying that again. So we're running out of retro. And that nostalgia, the power of that nostalgia, the intoxicating drug that is nostalgia is running out. That coupled with the ease of emulation and how cheap it is. We've got, the game companies making mini consoles. So instead, why would I buy a Nintendo and then buy all the 30 games on the Nintendo when I can just spend $100 and buy a little device that plugs into my HDMI and I can play them? And once we have all this, once we have all the retro stuff that we can get, there's not a generation really behind us that's going to pick up the slack and continue to buy these games. These kids just don't. They would rather have digital. They would rather have, emulators, stuff that they can hook up to their TV, ease of use type of things. They don't want to deal with a Nintendo with an RF and they got to buy an adapter for a coax and, plug that into an HD, upscaler or anything like that. It's just not going to go anywhere. So this bubble, in my opinion, has got about 1 or 2 more years to go. Like I said, easy and more acceptable emulation scene, game companies creating mini consoles. Yeah. But here's one of the main reasons that this whole thing could collapse within the next year or two. The prices are getting so high because of demand, but that doesn't mean that there's actually a market demand. The market that we're in, and as we are finding out, is absolutely being manipulated. Let me say that again. The market that we're in right now with retro video games and retro video game prices is absolutely being manipulated. We talked about it earlier. When game store owners get a game in, what do? They look it up on eBay, and it goes for $25 on eBay. That goes into the system. That goes into the bank. That's an established sale. They don't take into account that I bought that game for $3 on Marketplace to even out the price, right? They see high dollar, that's what I'm charging, even though that is not actually the price. And when a game store prices at eBay are over, they are essentially manipulating the market because there's an online market and there's a local market, and they are two completely different markets. Online prices, you can get a little bit higher prices because some guy out in Nebraska that's got to drive an hour and a half to a game store is willing to pay that $5 extra to have it delivered to his front door, as opposed to drive an hour and a half to a game store. A local price is just that. I walk into a game store, I can get this game for this price. I got it cheaper than eBay. It should be logged into some system somewhere, and those prices should be tracked, but they're not, because they don't want the lower prices to get tracked because it drags down the price of the games. And now game store owners and eBay aficionados don't make as much profit. The second thing that's happening with market manipulation, that what I just talked about is sort of on the low end, right? What about the high end? This is where it is absolutely the worst. With, as we're finding out, WADA and this Golden Auctions House, basically it's, and there's proof out there. There's plenty of videos discussing it, showing all the documents and who owns what. But essentially what WADA is doing, guys, is they are buying up all these sealed games. Okay. They've created a new standard. If you want to be anybody in the gaming community, you have got to have sealed graded games. Those are shelf pieces, or they're shelf candy. They are collector extraordinaire shutter downs. What's that? You got DuckTales too? Man, it's a great game. I have one sealed and it's graded at a 9.6 with an A++ seal. Fuck you, right? They've created this extra level of elitism, but what they're not telling us is how many of each games are graded, at what grade they're grading at. They don't have a population report, and they're establishing this new standard that if you don't have sealed graded games, you're not really a collector. The problem is that they can't get out of their own way. They go to conventions, they buy sealed games, they overpay for sealed games, they have access to sealed games. If somebody wants to sell, a sealed box of F-Zero carts, all factory sealed, they've got the money to buy those, and then they grade them, okay? And then they push them through this golden auctions into the open market. So when you see that a sale sold, let me pick a game out of the air, just an imaginary game, a Mario 64 in 9.8 condition with an A++ seal, and it sells for $1.5 million. Ridiculous. Then what does everybody do that has a sealed Mario 64? One of the most common games ever made, by the way. They send it to WADA, and they pay WADA to grade them. So WADA is swimming in all this cash because they have now manipulated a market. And then the next Mario 64 that graded at the exact same grade sells for about $800,000, half of that price. We saw this with the graded Atari 2600 Spider-Man. There was one on the market, boom, sold for like 12 grand, and then every copy after that. The market got flooded with graded Spider-Mans on the Atari 2600 at that same grade level, and the prices started to drop. They're absolutely manipulating these markets. And I've wrote down that they've created a system where sealed and graded games is now the standards. By the way, they buy, own, and have access to. They buy them, they currently have them, and they have access to more sealed video games than we could ever imagine. And they have a partnership with an auction house to help build up that hype for these higher video game prices. They have people that actively hunt these sealed games at game conventions. So there's no doubt that they are hoarding these sealed games, having them graded, waiting for the right moment to sell them on their auction site that they own without ever producing any population reports, letting anybody know how many copies of what game and at what grade are even out there. It's a speculative market disaster because they're going to manipulate it to the point where all of us send in all of our games, we get them graded, and then, oh my gosh, they can look and go, man, we had like 30 copies of Resident Evil 4 get submitted. Let's start selling some of our sealed copies of Resident Evil 4 for super high prices on our auction site, where, by the way, we have ghost bidders and shill bidders that are just constantly bidding up these prices with no intent to buy. And by the way, if they accidentally win their own auction, that game goes back into their collection with a new established high price. So the next time they put that same game in the auction, they're going to hope that it goes for more. They win twice, brother. It's like Joe Dirt. Absolutely ridiculous. Canadian Gamer is here. Robert Mitchell, Country Jesus. Okay. Yeah, he needs to stop begging for money. That's a whole different rant. Oak City Gamers is in the house. So those are my thoughts on greedy game store owners, and as we've transferred into this video game bubble. Ladies and gentlemen, if you have the ability to wait for some of these games that you want, wait for them. This bubble, like I said, this market cannot keep up with this type of heat on it for that much longer. Asshole game store owners that are going to run out of business because they're overcharging, and market manipulation within the video game bubble at the low level and at the high level. It's going to cause a burst. The real stuff, the real rare stuff will always be rare, will always have value, that kind of stuff. Little Samson's never going to be like, you see those Fun Spot, flyers from, mid 90s where Little Samson was like 97 cents. Little Samson's always going to be expensive, just the way it is. But how they're manipulating the graded market and how they're making people feel that if you don't have graded games, if you don't get into this trend now, that you're somehow not a video game collector, you're not passionate about video games. They drum up all of this stuff. Follow the money. It's exactly like politics and government. Where's the money going and who's getting it and to what end? Matt, I'll post a link here in a minute. T-Money, what's up, Tyler? Tyler will tell you, because Tyler and I go game hunting all the time. There are some really good game stores, and there are some really bad game stores in our area that price over eBay, and that is their stance. They're going to be out of business. Yeah, the key is to be patient. Shit is ridiculous, and you and I talk about this all the time. Yeah, right. Which is why, when we were at the Toy Con, they had a copy of Monster in My Pocket. Monster in My Pocket on the Nintendo is on my want list. It's not on my childhood Nintendo game want list, right? So it's a want, not a need. Okay. The guy had it. I don't know. Tyler said it was, $20, $30 underpriced or whatever. I probably should have picked it up just because it was a good deal, but why? I have it on my emulator. You know what I mean? And that's becoming more and more of an option. The generation behind us doesn't really care about having physical as much as we do. I think that we're sort of that last generation that covets physical media in that sort of way. Mr. Matthews, what is up, man? Yeah. Mr. Matthews, also a Mega Man fan. Yeah, don't stay long. Go back and work on that next episode of NES Hard. Can you give us a hint on what that episode is going to be? Relic Gamer says, this is why I buy scratched and dent games. Box stuff is all beat up. At least I drew that much attention in some universe. You guys are crazy, man. You guys are crazy. But I will say that what I now know about the video game market, Tyler and I do the Micro Machine thing. I wish that 5 or 8 years ago when I started this retro video game thing, I would have bought every single copy of Bucky O'Hare for $40. Every single copy of Contra Force for 30 or 40 bucks. You know what I mean? I wish I would have just stuck to that and bought those. So when I go into another collector's market like Micro Machines, and hopefully next year we'll start picking that up, all I'm going to do is just buy rare Micro Machines. Because if that market ever picks up, and there are a lot of people around the whole world that do Micro Machines, Tyler and I will tell you from our Micro Machine collector group, we have one group, it's got like 25,000 people. And they're on there every day looking for rare Micro Machines from certain countries. So the idea is when you move into another collecting market, don't waste your time with common stuff. Immediately go after all the rare stuff. Because yes, it's priced accordingly now, but when that market picks up, that stuff is going to be worth 3, 4, 5, 10 times more than what you're actually paying for it. Relic Gamer says, now you're thinking like Wada. Yeah, and that's exactly what Wada did. And that's why we're in a situation that we're in now. Because once all these high price investors who are in the video game community, to make a buck or two at that high level, now they're making, 10, 20, 100 grand, whatever it is. Once the bubble bursts and we're left with all of these graded games on the market, you may be able to pick them up for pennies on the dollar. But like I said, don't go after the common stuff. Just go after the rare stuff if you can. You know what I mean? Like there are probably millions, well, probably not millions. There's probably a couple 100,000, Mario Kart DSs or Zelda DSs that have been graded. Sorry, they're not going to be worth shit in the future. It's an oversaturated market. Oak City says it right now. Physical is dying. Some folk know what I'm saying. Long game, rare and delicious. But the thing is, like in 30 years when this stuff comes back, right? Like say the retro video game bubble crashes tomorrow, and in 30 years when everything old is new again, I'm going to be 74 years old. I'm not going to have any of this shit when I'm in my 70s. I don't want to have it when I'm in my 50s. We're thinking about moving. We're going to get a new place. And one of the things that I'm going to do when we move into my new house is sell a lot of the stuff that you see back here on my shelves. I'll keep my Nintendo, my Super Nintendo, my N64, and my PlayStation stuff. But my Virtual Boy, maybe that Sharp TV right there, a lot of the collectible stuff, these Legos back here. Hulk Hogan will probably go. I got 3 or 4 of these Hulk Hogan lunch boxes. I'm waiting for him to fucking die. And I say that I love Hulk Hogan, but it has to happen eventually. And what happens when celebrities die? The prices of their shit goes up. And all that stuff will go up when Hulk Hogan dies. But I'll sell my Saturn, probably my Master System, my Neo Geo Pocket. What else we got over here? Dreamcast, Genesis. Like all that stuff is going to be gone. All the stuff in my PS3 collection it's the one I'm debating because you can still only play PS3 games on PS3s, right? There's not an emulator for it. So a lot of those game prices, I feel, because you can only play them on that console, barring if, they're an Xbox 360, crossover title. A lot of those titles will actually have a little bit more value than they have now. So if you can buy, cheap Call of Duty games, I'd say definitely get them. But yeah, I don't know, man. It's absolutely nuts. It had me in a tizzy all week. I was pissed off so much that I wrote like 4 pages of notes to make sure that I didn't miss anything, to be called out and to be, made ashamed that I don't support a local business because you price over eBay is fucking stupid. And understanding this market is stupid. I will drop the link in case anybody wants to jump in or share your thoughts on any of those 2 topics. If you think I'm wrong about the retro game bubble, you think this is going to go on forever, please let me know. I always like to have new information. But I got to believe we're at the end of it. And I know Canadian retro, Canadian gamer rather, said that PS3 is considered retro now. So, PS3, I'm assuming he's saying PS3, Wii, and 360, the 7th generation, is considered retro now. I think I don't really consider that retro now, but also the way that gamers collect from those generations. I can tell you my son does not care about having physical copies of anything for his 360 or his Xbox One or his PS4. You know what I mean? They would rather have digital. Or at the very least, he would rather have like a Ratchet and Clank collection. You get all of it on one disc. They're just not built like us. They don't have that attachment to those types of things. Yeah, absolutely, Retro Heck. It's going to burst like the housing market. You're going to have too many people coming into it at the high end, buying all of these things, right? These high dollar items. They want to sell them for an even higher dollar because they want to make a profit. And when nobody has the money or nobody buys on it, and those prices drop and they start losing money, that's when the whole thing goes shits up. Because they have to dump that stuff. They have to get rid of it. And for them, they can lose. The guy that bought that Mario 64 for 1.5 million and then the next one sold for 800,000, I'm sure he bought that as some type of investment piece, and he can write off $800,000 on his taxes as a loss. So he writes it off this year, he gets an $800,000 tax break. And then in 3 years, if that game happens to go up or he gets, $1 million out of it, now he's made 1.8 million, $1 million in cash and 800,000 in tax breaks. So he still makes out with 300,000. The rules of the economic game in this country are not set up for us. It's just not. When you've got people that are able to do that, get into a speculative market that has when you talk about the retro video game bubble here, about 10 years, we have about 10 years of really hardcore established video game pricing and market movement, as opposed to, in the 70s and 80s with comic book collectors, or even further back with baseball card collectors. There was an established market for that for 30 or 40 years before the grading stuff came into it. People have been collecting coins for hundreds of years. And then the grading thing came into it. Let me tell you something else about grading. The grading is very subjective. Yes, they have a scale. To be a 9.8, it has to meet all of these criteria. But if somebody looking at that game, if I'm grading the game and RetroHex sent me the game, and I know RetroHex sent me the game and I'm grading it, do you think I'm going to be harder on him or more lenient on him because he's my friend? I'm absolutely going to be more lenient. And maybe he will get a grade that he doesn't deserve because it's opinion based, or, oh, I didn't see that. So the graded game scene is not only speculative, but it's subjective. We went through this with coins in the 70s and the 80s. You look at a coin and it says 60. They put it in a little placard. They got the thing on the top that says this is whatever coin. It's graded to a 65. And everybody just takes everybody's word that that's a 65. Nobody takes into account that the person that graded it could have made a mistake. Or knew the person that sent in the coin. Or it was their coin that they graded. Then they gave it to a friend to sell for them so it didn't look like they were dumping coins into the open market, which is exactly what WATA is doing. Now, they've said that they're going to come out with population reports and be more transparent about what games are grading, how many of them, what grades they're giving to them, and all that stuff. But as of yet, they haven't done it, to my knowledge. And they absolutely can't partner with an auction house. You want to talk about a conflict of interest? Every year at my work, I have to sign a conflict of interest waiver. You know what I mean? But they're allowed to get away with it. Relic Gamers says Atari Landfill will be limited runs in the future. Yeah, well, that's the other thing about limited runs. Well, we can talk about that here in a second. What sucks is I collect to experience different gaming, not to cash in later. Yeah, I mean, there are some things that I have bought that are investment pieces. Like Jetsons. Tyler, I think, was there with me when I got Jetsons Cogswell Caper, Felix the Cat, and Contra Force at Maxine's Bargain Box. I had like 200 and something in trade. So, I kind of got all of that and then paid a small amount to get those games because I knew they were going to be more valuable later. We played them. Tyler will attest, we played them. We popped them in, played Felix. played Jetsons, and we played Contra Force. Maybe we didn't play Contra Force. I played Contra Force. But yeah, I mean, if you're looking at it from that perspective, there's really 3 sections of the gaming community. The game players, the people that buy it to play it, the hoarders, people that just buy everything to hoard it, and the investors and market manipulators. Now you can be a little bit of both or a little bit of all 3, because I've bought some for investing. I've bought some for playing, and I've kind of bought some for hoarding. You know what I mean? So I'm guilty of all 3, but that's me being transparent. You know what I mean? Not like some of these companies. The madness has to stop. And I think that we're an angry society right now, and we are very anti-establishment. And once more of this information about WADA and, this golden heritage or heritage auctions, whatever it's called, once they've shown how much manipulation they've actually done, how much damage they've done to the gaming community, I think the bubble's going to burst. And I think it's got about 2 or 3 years left. So, Tyler, I'll read Tyler's comment, then we'll get Maddie P from Oak City Gamers in the stream. Tyler says the used car market is insane, and these idiots are spending so much money over book value because the chip shortage on new cars, and lots don't even have new cars. So these shit boxes people are paying for 4 times book value for going to end up in the junkyard because they aren't worth a shit. Now, Tyler would know more about cars than I would, but it's probably the same thing. You have a bunch of these cars. We've created a chip shortage. Amico. Now we're going to talk about Amico tonight. We've created a chip shortage to manipulate the market into creating inflated prices. And when that falls out, a lot of regular people, a lot of people in the gaming community are going to be left with nothing if they're only collecting for investing. If you're collecting because you love to collect retro games like I do, then okay, you got some joy out of the hunt. You can attach a dollar amount, however you want to that. The joy of finding games and trading games, whatever it is, right? You can find your own reasons. But the idea is if you're buying these games solely for an investment purpose, yeah, I don't know. I would say next year, as we get 2 years past these inflated COVID prices, which really help the retro game bubble stay alive, once we get a couple years past the COVID prices and people find other things to do with their time and money, and these game prices drop, a lot of these investors are going to be left ass out, and it's going to affect the rest of the market. Maddie
Holy
P,
crap.
City Gamers.
I'm
What's
here.
Up,
Chris.
What's up, buddy?
You wonderful, wonderful man. This dude right here, he sent me
Masugune.
freaking Half-Life. And it halved my life because I've been spending so much time playing it. I'm not joking about that, but you've been saying saying good stuff for real.
Yeah, we've been ranting. Tyler says everyone who got sucked into these prices are just going to lose so much money, and it makes me smile and laugh. Well, I don't want to see anybody ass out on the street, right? Somebody not be able to feed their kids, but we have to have some sense when we're dealing with a highly speculative, highly manipulative market.
I was about to say, hold on just a second. About the Amico, I'm not trying to shamelessly self-promote a friend of mine, but he is a friend. My buddy Ryan, he's got a great channel. He's got a couple grand in subs right now. He put out a video about he lives in Utah, and he put out a video about the Amico experience thing that's kind of traveling around the West Coast right now.
Yeah.
And I really like his take on it. I mean, like the fact is like, and I'm going to go on record right now. I think Tommy, the whole team out there, they decidedly deserve a good launch for their product. It's obviously a work of passion. Here. Oh, I'll give y'all a little taste because I've been buying and television stuff lately. Oh yeah, that's right. A boxed one. Oh yeah. Sorry. Anyway, I'm trying to get my dad to play Burger Time. That's gonna be fun.
Yeah.
Also, working on a new show because the thrifting game is in our last season. That's another spoiler. Speaking of spoilers,
they get changed direction. I love it.
There's a spoiler for the next episode. Y'all watch, see how I totally got caught sleeping on that.
I love it.
It's all right. But
I think
oh, you have the big head, don't you? I thought you had the big one.
Yeah,
this is one of the like smaller ones. I think it might have been billed as a cookie jar, but I actually want to kind of use it as a cookie jar.
Yeah,
because look at the face on it, right? I mean, come on, right? But yeah, I left a link in the chat there. Dude, check out my buddy's take on the Amico games. He was like, I want to stay out of it, and I just showed up. So, like, I believe that Tommy, despite his optics, deserves a good launch. Okay, and I mean, I'm willing to say that the Intellivision is something I remember from my childhood, and I am somewhere in the weird mix between one generation and the other. What do they call it? They called it the Oregon Trail generation, right? Born like late 79, early 80 to 81.
Yeah.
You know, and like because we grew up remembering in elementary school playing the Oregon Trail on Apple IIs or Apple IIes. Mm-hmm. You know, and like you got to think about this, right? Like I'm someone with a very unique perspective on gaming. I've seen every single iteration of the Oregon Trail because I remember really liking that game as a kid because someone died of dysentery. And I was like, what's dysentery? And I look it up in a dictionary because we had books back then, right? And I'd be willing to say, right, like I've been messing around with this Intellivision too, trying to get it to work right and everything. And like there is some real merit in the experience. You know what I'm saying, Chris? Like experience, like you do experience something like Duck Hunt through a tube TV. You know, there's just no way to explain that to someone, right?
Yeah.
And no, and as far as the market goes, like I'd definitely be willing to say you're absolutely right. Like there's some things that you should probably shy away from. If it is like real popular now, maybe don't seal it up. Maybe just like keep it in a bin, right? So that you could seal it if it gains value later. Like I have a couple of sealed games in the back here. They're all Wii Dance games, and God, they're over there haunting me. Anyway, like I really want to get those sealed and graded, just as a meme, just to be like, no one's gonna get Dance on Broadway sealed, you know, like graded and like plated, you know, like I want to spend that money. I just don't have that money. You know what I'm saying? So, you know,
and then too, like if you wanted to get your games graded by WADA, not only did they raise the price this last year, but you're also going to be about 8 months on a wait list. So if you have an expensive game like DuckTales 2 that I want to send in and get graded, that's, you know, you're looking at almost a year of that being out of your hands.
Well, and you gotta buy certified servicing or quick servicing or whatever, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
So it happens faster.
Gyro might explain that. I think what Matt's trying to say is that, you know, when you turn on a new console for the first time or you put in a new game for the first time, you have that feeling like this is new. Whether the game is good or not is sort of subjective, right? But with the Amico, I think people that have played it really, really like it. And listen, I was on Team Amico. I still have mine pre-ordered up until about E3. When Tommy didn't do launch date, he didn't show us physical media.
Chris, you do not have to defend your position at all. In my opinion,
I'm just
saying. No, like, and you did a video about it, which if you could link that would be amazing because video needs more views on it, because the doubts they do mean something. Okay.
Yeah.
And by the way, Robert Mitchell, Gyromite, at
Greatest game of all time.
at the 1980 something freaking CSE or what is it, triple C or whatever, right?
Consumer Electronic Show.
Yeah, CSE. Yeah, okay, like CES, right?
Mhm.
That was amazing because people were like, "Oh, let me read something in a book," let me listen to something on my tape deck. Oh, these tape decks are so convenient. Like that. That was a world we lived in. Gyromite sold the system because people talked about it, really, and journalists talked about it. Is Retroheck okay? He's
Relic is saying that they play the Amico in Pennsylvania, and you definitely have to play it, try it the first. My family and I are still excited to get it. It's genuinely fun. The state of the world is screwing everything up, and I get that. I get that there's a delay in parts, whether it's a chip or a screen, which is also something weird. Is I feel, and I've had Tommy on the stream before, and I like Tommy, and I don't want to make this an Amico discussion because I still have a couple other topics that I want to talk about tonight.
Oh, dirt.
But I like Tommy. Tommy's a nice guy. He's always been nice to me, and I hope his console does really, really well. I think there's room in the marketplace for a console like that. But I think at E3, although they had a good E3 for introducing the console, they had a bad E3 for investors and people that have pre-ordered because they didn't announce a launch date. They didn't, show the physical. There were a couple other things that they didn't do. And then after that, they got really defensive about, we need this chip or we need this screen. Well, which one is it? Is it a chip or a screen? Now I feel like I'm being lied to. And it's causing, for those people that are on the fence, not me, the people that are on the fence, this is causing not only a lot of doubt, but for the haters, it is just fueling their fire.
And no, that's something that's going to happen if you do that.
Absolutely.
The team
they had the E3, and then they had that video about physical media where they also didn't show physical media. And then about a week later, they announced the delay. So they got everybody jacked up about showing physical media, and they didn't. And then the next week, they let us down.
No, and I get that.
People were so pissed that they said, if you pre-ordered it, we'll send you this file with all these soundtracks. Well, they sent the damn thing in a zip file that I haven't even done it yet, but apparently you have to download a plugin. I'm like, just send me the goddamn MP3 files. And by the way, this entire soundtrack nonsense I can get off of YouTube for free.
Oh, and Spotify too.
It's a bad look.
Spotify. No, well, I was going to say, no, I agree with everything you've been saying, except for the one thing about the people who were actually in on the, my buddy, he did that video. He did make a point to say that the team over there, Amico, is actually trying to do something that they believe in. And I can be completely.
I get it that their intentions are pure and that they're working as hard as they can.
Well, and I can be candid with you that I've never had a team, but I have screwed up so many projects in my life. And that's why Oak City Gamers is so kind of laid back in some ways. Like I said, this is the end of the thrifting game. That's a dumb thing, but it's not a dumb thing to us because that's our first show. And, giving something up like that makes me think about people like this and about how many times you fail in life. And I feel like sometimes that we failed at that show, right? I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm doing this thing. I've cleaned up. I can't show you any more spoilers because I've literally been ripping stuff up in here. I'm there's no carpet. It's amazing.
No. Flat Earth Gamer says a salesman isn't going to come off as a jerk. Of course, he's going to be nice. He wants to make money. Yeah, no shit. I feel where you're coming from, bro. But at the same time, Tommy has had so much exposure on YouTube, being on certain live streams and doing all these guest appearances and stuff like that. Not at one point has he ever broken down and said, "Listen, motherfuckers." Right? I believe that that's how Tommy is all the time. He's just a nice dude trying to do what he thinks is the right thing to do. Whether we believe it's right or not is a little different. But I believe Tommy is a nice guy all the time. because in all the interviews that he's done, he's never snapped at anybody, to my knowledge, or told someone to fuck off or anything like that. Just that's me.
If I was in an interview, that would be like the first thing I did.
Yeah.
I'd be like, ah!
Thanks for having me on. Go fuck yourself. You know what I mean? Like,
I'm gonna wreck it.
You know what I mean? Like,
sorry.
So like when I do a video, right, on YouTube, and it's like, hey, what's going on? Welcome to the show, blah 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 blah. That's not me. That's still me. But here, where I'm screaming and yelling and ranting about idiots in gaming, this is more me. You know what I mean? I'm not playing a character. I'm not holding it back. Well, I am sort of holding it back because I want to, not have YouTube, strike me off the platform because I cuss all the time. I sort of want to make more family friendly content. He has never told his trolls to stop harassing the critics. Yeah, I don't know what that means. If that's something that happened on Facebook or Twitter, I'm not a loser. I'm not on fucking Facebook or Twitter all the time following what Tommy Tellerico or any other gaming YouTuber has said. Okay. Secondly, how do you know that was actually Tommy Tellerico that wrote that and not, somebody from his staff? Does he have like a publicist? I don't know. And in that sentence, if you're being sarcastic, he's never told his trolls to stop harassing him. How about the trolls stop being fucking assholes? Stop being a fucking troll, losers. How about that shit? You get what you deserve in that arena.
Chris, I agree.
Dude. For a couple of years on this platform and my other platforms, I didn't want to block anybody because I wanted to be everybody's friend. I've blocked more people in the last year than I thought I would ever in my career on YouTube. My big money career, my major market YouTube career, because I'm not putting up with fucking assholes again.
So, Chris,
I don't need it, and neither should Tommy. So if Tommy wants to tell his trolls to go fuck themselves, then those trolls should go fuck themselves. They're assholes. Fuck them.
Chris, number
what
one.
Those losers do? They didn't have jobs. They had to troll Tommy Tellerico on fucking Twitter.
Chris, number one, you live in America. You can tell anyone you want to go fuck themselves. That's the beauty of it. Now, two.
And I'm not talking about Tommy, by the way.
No, and Tommy's not the situation.
I like Flat Earth Gamer. I'm not trying to rant and yell at him. I'm just like yelling at the situation.
No, I'm just saying, like, Tommy's not the issue, really. Like, I think the state of things is more likely the issue, but I'm not willing to get into a deep philosophical conversation right now. I am willing to say, though, however, that, you're right. Like, you can tell anyone you want to go fuck themselves. That's not the point, okay? The point is like, the best guy I ever knew, like, he was a lawyer. He was really good, right? He told me, he was like, you know what? You walk into a room, you sit down, you don't say a word until everyone shuts the hell up. And then you'd be like, you know what? All I've been listening to is a bunch of children talk shit, right? Like, and like, that's the mindset that I've always had with my life, at least, like. And I know that sounds really freaking arrogant, and I'm willing to own that, okay? Because I'm 6.5 feet tall. Papa Pete, hello. Anyway, no, don't ever love anything about Canada. I have a bottle of Canada whiskey that I'm drinking right now. I cut all of the Canada off it. It's just Hunter. It's Hunter. It's just whiskey. I cut all the Canada off of it. No. Sorry, Canada guy. Anyway, Canada. By the way, I actually own a full size. It's going to go up on this wall over here when I'm done. It's going to be a giant Canadian flag here next to this window with the insulation foam in it because it gets hot here in North Carolina. I'm in the attic.
Canadian Gamer just posted a video that says YouTube kind of sucks for Smash JP. That is all.
I spoke briefly to Jeff at one point, and I know that Jeff doesn't really give a crap, and he fully embraces the First Amendment of freedom of speech. Look, all I'm saying is there's nothing wrong with people knowing their rights. Okay, there's nothing wrong with people knowing that there's a balance, and there's nothing wrong with people knowing when it's right to say something and when it's wrong to say something. And I've never heard anything messed up from what's that guy? The guy who did the soundtracks for video games.
Tommy? You talking about Tommy?
I have one interaction with Tommy. I said
Yeah.
Tommy Talrico deserves a good launch. And it was on a Smash JT. By the way, I'm still subscribed to Smash JT. I like that guy. Dude,
Yeah,
here, I'm gonna like literally be like was it Stranger Danger or something? Like, man,
Jeff's actually one of the few YouTubers I've actually met in person. And he's a super nice dude, man.
well, I like, okay, like I can say what I want about people, but like Jeff he seems like a good guy. He seems like he has all of the proper intent in his heart.
Yeah.
Because when he told us early on that we sucked, because we sucked back then. I mean, I'll be real. We went and did like a serious video, and like it did bug me he never saw it, but at the same time, you know.
But he's also not beyond my criticism, because he made a video where he was like, pickup videos aren't even real content, and I made a video about it, about him saying that pickup videos weren't even real content.
I remember that. I downliked it.
The bullshit of it is that the dynamics of YouTube have changed. It used to be like, collection videos, live streams, pickup videos, that kind of stuff. And then all of a sudden, about 3 or 4 years ago, it turned into drama, create controversy to build subscribers and views. It doesn't have to be true. Just say whatever,
See, I don't even think the video's on his channel anymore. But like, he did this video where it was like Stranger Beware or something. And like, Jeff, it was a hilarious video, right? Like, I watched it like 10 times because it was so funny, right? But like, he's willing to like drop the funny stuff for his personal like stuff, or his like personal ideas. And I'm like, really, I'm trying not to get drunk, because like, for God's sakes, YouTube does suck. He's right. He is right. YouTube sucks. We got 500 subscribers. If you're in the chat, please subscribe us, because we make stupid videos. Oh yeah. Hey, I'm making new videos. I'm going to review this in one of them. I'm going to be like, hey, it's shiz.
All right, I'm going to drop the link. Papa Pete wants to jump in.
I love Papa Pete.
We've been ranting and screaming for an hour and 15 minutes. And again, I just want to say, Flat Earth Gamer, I like that guy. He's not a bad dude. I wasn't really trying to yell at you. I was just sort of yelling at the situation, because this is the argument. Tommy, yelling at these trolls. He's the head of the CEO. He should act professionally. No, you shouldn't goat him into arguments. You be a little bit more professional. That's basically what I'm trying to say with these trolls.
Oh, by the way, Canadian Gamer, I just loaded up your video to watch it with subtitles on that are self-generated. I'll drink to that. No, look.
What's up, Pete?
Nothing much, guys. Just heard the conversation, what was going on, and said, okay, I get it on this, because stuff that interests me, right?
No, Pete's got an opinion.
What are we drinking tonight?
He's got a drink.
I am drinking a little, I won't even call it a microbrewery. I call it a nano brewery out of Truro, Nova Scotia. Salty Dog, Hefeweizen, German wheat ale, and it's really good. First time I've ever had it.
Is it brewed within the confines of the Rhein-Heinz-Gebot?
You tell me.
I don't know. It should say on the thing. The German Purity Act of 1680, whatever it was.
I'm going to say this. I was surprised. I look at the can, and they use the same can every time. There's a little tiny sticker over the top. That's just a sticker.
Nice. And one more.
Oh,
it's like
cheers.
$9 Canadian whiskey.
Well, I'm gonna go grab a couple more beers. Maddie, if you want to keep up with the chat, Pete, you want to keep up with the chat? Maybe
I'm not gonna drink. We're on the chat. Canadian Gamer, I dropped a like on your video. I like most of your opinions. I trust that you did it right.
Hey, I saw you on here, Matt. I said I gotta get in on this. So Good to see you, man. Good to talk to you again.
Papa freaking Pete. You got a Boston College freaking shirt on.
Freaking right. That's right out of
no. Hey, no, if you're
Bleach
from
Stain, go to I can't even tell you the name of the app, but my kid's making these shirts, a Bleach Stain, and my best sweatshirt I ever had. I got a Red Sox shirt like this too.
For the record, if you're from Boston, you call it Boston, like Boston, right? Yeah.
I'm 6 hours north of Boston, so.
Oh no, I got complete respect from you, man. I am from New York. From New York. Sorry if I got a team that got millions more money than you. So.
Well, you know what? It's like I can complain about a lot of teams. You're the only team I can complain about for spending money.
Exactly, and
that's right behind you. Really, truthfully,
the best part is I'm a transplant. Oh, you want to talk about L.A.? Look at my can koozie. There's my Lakers koozie.
I'm not,
right? Dude. I'm all. Well, no, I grew up in the days of Larry Bird, and I am a tall bird. So,
Same here.
Yeah, and Shaq. God, that guy donates shoes for God's sakes. I'm like,
well, there you go. How do you not like that, right? Somebody's going to do that. I like Shaq. I've liked Shaq more since he's played than before.
You know what I don't like? I don't like the Shaq-a-roni. Hey, people in the chat, tell me what you think of the Shaq-a-roni, for real.
I'm going to get this up here. I got to figure out how to get.
I've already got them up, dude. They're chomping at the bit. Oh my God, they're like Shaq-a-roni sucks. No, it's Robert Mitchell.
Here, now I got the chat up. I'm going to pull it over to my other monitor, and then I can go back to this.
No, straight up, I actually got a guy. I got a guy who's out near your area, I think, if you're near Boston College.
Yeah. I'm northeast of Maine.
Okay, that's not bad. I got a guy out there. I could probably stay, come see you for a little bit, maybe come see him. Next time I got to go up for a funeral. Oh my God.
That's not a good reason.
That's the only reason I go up north anymore. Oh my God. No, I live in North Carolina.
Yeah.
Right? So, way down south in the land of traders, rattlesnakes and alligators, right?
Yes, sir.
It's the opposite version. The non-Robert Mitchell. No, I'm just kidding. I pick on Robert. He's a good guy. I know he is.
I just seen Robert on here. I just tuned in, and you guys were talking about D'Amico, and all this stuff.
No, I know. Wait,
because I got my opinions too.
No, I know that you've been
wrong either way, but
no, I know that you've been a supporter in the past, and you've also voiced your concerns too. Because I watch your videos.
Okay, yeah, right.
I watch your stinking videos with all of your amazing games that I'm super jealous of in the background. Okay, sorry.
Right. Well, that's where they all are, right?
Did you see this thing? Oh, did you see this thing? You'll love this thing. Holy crap! Oh. Robert, that's why I mess with you, because you're a New Yorker.
There you go.
I know, right? It's beautiful. A 2. And I'm pretty sure it'll work because
that's
it's 2.
Shield. It looks like it's freaking not even open.
It's not. It's mad chewed up.
Okay, nice.
And I actually have the one from when I was a kid. And
really,
it came with a bunch of sealed games. The one game I was most happy with, B-52 Baumer.
B-17.
So thank you.
Who cares? I know what you meant. That is a friggin' an awesome game.
B-52s. I'm an 80s baby.
Yeah.
So I was born in 1980.
You were born in 80?
The very tail end. So
see, I grew up 68.
Dude, shit, dude.
No, I remember B-52s they were taken off from Diego Garcia.
Wait, Island, Chris, why are you here? Go away. Go take another 5 minutes. Papa Pete.
Yeah.
Talk to me about Michael Crichton. Talk to me about Andromeda Strain. Talk to me about freaking Battlestar Galactica.
Oh, I love
Battlestar
Galactica when I was a kid.
Like all of that. Oh, dude, I love the 1970s stuff because it's so out there. I was like, what people thought was the future is so amazing in the 70s. And in the 1980s, it was like, yeah, it's all dirty and gritty, right?
The 80s were like pop culture and pastel colors and MTV, and the 70s
except for
rock and roll and friggin' really good stuff. You know, I like the 70s. I go back and listen to music now. I still prefer the 70s. So.
Well, I agree with that in some ways, but I agree that they're like a mix of the good, like a good mix of the 60s, 70s, and 80s.
No,
on W456. I don't know what the hell from when I was a kid, but no, when I was a kid, that's what we listened to. No, but what I'm saying is like my brother was born like about 10 years after you.
Okay.
So I was born 1980. So I remember like E.T. on videotape.
Oh yeah.
Right.
I remember the theater, right?
Yeah, exactly. Right. Yeah. I remember I remember E.T. on videotape, and I remember Star Wars on videotape. But I remember the videotape version was what, like, my dad always 100% said, like some sort of crazy conspiracy theorist, that it had changed from the version he had seen 3 times. And I believe my dad, right? Because
no, I'm going to tell you right now what changed.
No, I like, that's the thing, is like, over the years, Papa, I've learned that it changed. It definitely changed, because the movie that I fell in love with, Star Wars and E.T. in many respects.
Star Wars changed in the 90s, but I'm talking about even before that. The big thing about Star Wars that actually I got some of it back, because I can remember going to see Star Wars when I was 9. And my brother and my sister-in-law, and they were married at the time, because you were talking about your brothers being 3 years younger than you. Well, the next youngest to me and my family was born in 1956. And I had 2 sisters born in 51 and 52. I was born in 68. So I was a little kid. I had all kinds of family taking me places. And I went to see Star Wars with my brother in 1977. And all I can remember is the different scenes. And I was like mesmerized. Okay. Like, oh my God, this is amazing. And then when I was 14, so 5 years later, you couldn't see it again. Like, I read the book. I had the novel for Star Wars.
And you were like
paperback, and I read that thing 12 times. It was in tatters, because you couldn't watch it like you can nowadays. And I can remember the very first time I was in. This is weird, but I was in a hunter safety course, and for whatever reason, it was the second night, and my brother-in-law called me and said, my youngest sister, he was 15 years older than me, he says, you're coming to our place for the night after your course, and we're going to drive you over to school in the morning. I had to go over to the States. They lived in the States. I'm in the Canadian.
Nice. Yep.
And so I went over there after the course, and I sat there. He said, okay, sit there. And he was the type in 1981, 82, whatever, like VCRs were $700, which was like $2,500 nowadays. He had one. The big thing was the push button cassette thing and push it down, right? He puts in this tape, and he had a copy of Star Wars for the very first time. It was the first time I had seen it since I'd seen it in the theater 5 years prior. It is things like that you remember forever. And what goes back to is that movie, when it was on VHS, was condensed to be a 4:3 screen, and you missed so much from the outside. It was amazing, because later on in the 90s, when we started getting DVDs and widescreen, all of a sudden, all those different pictures came back. So, yes, they changed it. They added crap to it with the special editions, but they brought back some that were from the original movie. So when you watch Star Wars in 1977 in the theater, and you probably went to see it 3 times if it was your father, okay, when you watch the videotape, it wasn't going to be the same.
So I'll be real, dude. I was totally a freaking black bar snob in the 90s, right?
Oh, yeah,
just like Chris. I know you could smell your own, Chris. Anyway,
well, there was such an uproar about that when they made I don't know if they remember these, in the 90s, they actually made Star Wars trading cards that were widescreen trading cards.
Yep.
The cards are long. This
you
way,
bought special ones.
Oh, wow.
They're longer, so you could see more of the scene. And of course, high gloss and all that stuff.
Chris, they were unbordered. They didn't have borders around them either. It was just a scene with a little jab like on one side or the other, just like this video.
Quality. Yeah, I have some, but yeah,
That changes
unbelievable.
the-
I want to get all the Bond movies and I want to get all the Star Wars and Indiana Jones movies on Laserdisc. That's like a collecting goal. But
Oh, wow.
the last topic I want to sort of have a formal discussion about, then we can kind of go off into anything, is I finished playing God of War on PS2. Great game. Don't really want to talk about it too much, but I do want to talk about, are modern games too long? Because God of War is like a 12-hour game. That's a perfect amount of time for me. Last of Us 2, you're looking at 40 hours, man. You're putting literally a week's worth of work into the game, So just want to hear your guys' thoughts, maybe get the chat involved about modern gaming. Are these games too long?
Real quick.
Do these companies feel like they have to make long games to justify the price?
Real quick, my dad has that same story, Papa Pete, about VHSs and $700 and stuff. And it was to watch the show Shogun. And I'll let the chat kind of warm up a little bit, because I bought Shogun on DVD when my dad turned 65. Okay. And me and him sat down and watched the entire thing. And the one thing he said to me, he was like, this meant something to me. This show meant something to me. I was like, it's a good show. I was like, they showed a decapitation, right? This is like 1980. This is when I was born. This is like 1950 shit, right? And they're like decapitating folks, right? Okay, Chris, I'm 40 years old. If you're 44, then God bless you.
I'll be 44 next year.
If you're 44 or if you're 43, then I don't care a dang about you anymore. Now that I heard you're not on a 4. It's a joke. Nah, really. God bless you, man. You're amazing. I know, dude. I watch your stinking videos. Dude, you're always like, hey, what's up? Randy, Macho Man, Chris Savage, CM Retro Gaming. Oh, you're always doing. That's who you're channeling. A little piece of that guy in your videos every time. But my dad had that same story, Papa Pete. He was like, he was like, I had to work late. It was factory at IBM. It was in New York. You were just born, right? And he wanted to watch this freaking miniseries. And the only way he could do it was to spend essentially $1,200 to do it, right?
Yeah, it was crazy. It was crazy expensive.
Well, and in those days, to our money, $2,400, right?
Yeah.
And I'm sitting here like teetering over the idea of buying another $800 iPhone, right? That's already outdated.
Yeah.
After updating my current one,
that's why it's hidden in the monthly cost, I guess.
No, well, that's what they're all trying to do, but some of us remember how it was.
I like what you're saying, Chris, about the games and the old and the new. I'm trying to think of, there used to be games.
I'm going to take a quick break. I'm leaving for a second. All right.
I used to like playing games, especially PC games and stuff, which you could play probably in 15, 20 hours, maybe. But nowadays, you can't have hundreds of hours, as some of the games are. But I look at it this way as well. If you have a main story that's 15, 20 hours, and you put all kinds of branches in it that can take you wherever you want to go, I guess if you really like the game, you can always branch off and put the extra time into it. So, but as far as the main story goes, they shouldn't be that long.
Yeah, well, in my example, like I said, God of War, I beat that in about 12 hours, 15 hours.
Okay.
Ghost Rider on PS2, great game, underrated. It's still a hidden gem. About 12, 15 hours. Power Blade, I never played Power Blade on the Nintendo before. Beat that game in about 6 or 7 hours.
Yeah.
Right? Pretty easy game. But the way modern games are made, Last of Us 2, right?
Yeah.
Great game. When I bought it, I knew I had to block. I have to block off a whole weekend.
Yeah.
And play it. And not only play it through to the end, but if I wanted to play the new game plus, where you get all your skills and you go for 100% on all your skills in the next game, now you're talking about another 80. You want to find all of the little bells and whistles and trinkets so you can get the good ending, now you're looking at maybe another 40 hours. So you're going to have 120 hours into that game. And it's like, I could have played 10 PlayStation 2 games I've never played before.
Right.
In the amount of time it took me to that. But I think they're getting too long. And I think this idea of hiding the good ending behind all these collectibles and whatnot is bad.
Then are you going to have people that are going to argue, oh, well, you know, I didn't get anything out of this. I didn't get my money's worth out of it, for Pete's sakes. I'm kind of on your side. I'd rather it all be quicker. I'd rather be able to sit down and play a game, and I still enjoy friggin' playing an NES game and go start to finish in 45 minutes. And right? I'd rather do that than anything else, frankly.
Maybe a game like The Last of Us that is so heavily story driven and character development, you know, maybe those games are good for being 40, 50 hour games. Yeah. But games like Marvel's Spider-Man, great game. You know, I don't have any real complaints about the game. But it is also too long because of its collectathon mentality. There's 15 towers that you have to reactivate. There's 50 backpacks that you have to get. There's, you know, all of the hunter camps, you know, that you have to defeat. There's, you know, it just drags the game out.
Are you talking about the Spider-Man that was the PS4 one or the newest one?
The PS4 one. Yeah.
I only played through that. I have had it I bought the Spider-Man, whatever, during Black Friday 2 or 3 years ago. I bought my PS4 and I bought Spider-Man and stuff all at the same time. And it's like I played the first Kingpin is all I ever played. It's like I seem like I played that for 2 or 3 hours.
Yeah, it's a great game. I'm not, you know, but it's too long. And when people sit down and I've got to block off a whole weekend because I want to play The Last of Us, and I'm basically doing like, you know, 12 hours on Friday, you know, 15 hours on a Saturday, and then try and wrap it up on a Sunday. I get to a point in those types of games where I'm like, can this be over already? Are we done yet? And I'm not sure that I want to keep buying those types of games to feel like that, because those are
what we're going to see.
Yeah, it's not why I want to play those games, you know.
No, I understand. Yeah. You want to be able to get like almost like a movie, like not 2 hours, but
yeah. I mean
8, 10, you know.
10 to 15 is probably right in that sweet spot.
Yeah.
Because the Telltale games, I just played through Guardians of the Galaxy as well. It's 5 episodes. You know, in those Telltale games, whether it's Walking Dead or whatever, each episode is about 2 hours. So when you sit down to play that episode, you know about how long you're going to play for. And then you can either choose to play another 2 hours or stop and come back, you know, another time where, I don't know. It maybe it is me. But you're right. I do feel like I bought Full Blast, which is a Red Art game. It's like a limited runny type game. And to play through the entire shooter is about 2 hours. And there's not really a ton of replayability there. It all kind of looks the same. They recycle the bosses. So you're not getting a lot of variety either. And I did feel kind of jilted after I played through that game, because it was so short. And like I said, there were other issues with it. The Spider-Man game and Last of Us, they look great. They play great. There's no real complaints there. It's just the length of time that you spend with them.
I'll be quite honest, you know, of all the newer generation games like PS4, I think PS4, forget Xbox 360, for Christ's sakes. The only game I've spent any amount of time on, and I spent way too much time on it, is Skyrim.
Yeah.
I love it. You know, it's like, I just haven't invested the time. And I've always said that before. Like, I talk about that when I talk about my love for the friggin' Atari and television, right? I want to turn on a game and play a couple games and maybe flip-flop to a couple different games and be done. And you invest so much time, and it's almost like it becomes an addiction playing some of these games for that amount of time. And it's hard, Chris, don't you find? Like, that's what you're saying, right?
Yeah, the time investment, like, going into playing Last of Us 2, that you're going on a 40-hour trip.
Right. Yeah.
and that's if
I can't do that.
if you play it at a normal level.
I can't do that.
There've been so many
never do
games where I've played them for 4, 5, 6 hours, and then I put them down, and I'm like, man, I really want to play some more of that, but I don't want to play another 20 hours worth, and then I just never play them again.
Yeah.
Secondhand toy dealer, what is up? Secondhand toy dealer picked up some vintage micro machines.
Oh,
You
nice.
got the yellow Lambo with the pink Windows wristwatch, the power launcher. It shoots a little Lamborghini out. He got them from overseas, so that's pretty sweet. It's an exclusive car for that little playset thing. But yeah, very cool.
Well, did you see anything on that new Hot Wheels game that's out for the PS5?
I did not.
Where part of the game is playing the game too. It's not all forget. I think there's probably some micro transactions in it, but it's playing the game and you win boxes and you open up basically mystery boxes and get new Hot Wheels to add to your collection, and then you race them like in a really cool racing game. Just I know micro machines are into that. I thought maybe something might be. I found that was really kind of neat. I like that kind of being a collector, and I just like that. As long as they're not trying to friggin' scam too much out of you in microtransactions.
Yeah. Well, that was huge a couple of years ago, where you buy this game for $60, pop it in, and then do you want this golden gun? It's only $4.99.
Yeah.
Do you want these loot boxes that are $2.99 a piece or whatever they are, and they end up making more money off of selling those extras and accessories and loot boxes than they would on the game.
Yeah.
But I'm glad
Jeff told me about it. Jeff from Go Game Go told me about this the first time, and then I've watched a couple of videos since. The Game Shed had a video on it, but what Jeff told me, he said the good thing about it is you earn the boxes by playing, not by microtransactions.
Yeah.
Although there's got to be some, I think he said it, but there are some there. So I haven't really looked into it enough to really see. But
yeah,
microtransactions now should just be boycotted, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah.
Like the old Battlefronts and stuff, right? Is that what it's called? Battlefront? Yeah.
Yeah, and then there was that big scandal with was it Counter-Strike Go or something? Those guys were sort of manipulating the loot box system there, and yeah, it was kind of crazy.
Yeah.
Hey.
But
I think I missed.
You're right. I do like to pop in a good Nintendo game that I can beat in 4 or 5 hours, 6 hours, and have a new gaming experience and those memories.
Anson 09 there clarified. There's no microtransaction that's presented like it, but you have to work to unlock the cars.
Okay, that's fair.
Oh yeah, exactly. That's what I'm looking for in a game. That's more interesting to me.
I think I missed most of the topic, but I'd like to put in my particular portion of the thought process here. I am a big fan of, I would call them disposable games or disposable game experiences. Fortnite, Call of Duty. You pick it up, you play it for 5-10 minutes, walk away from it. Because I'll be real. I'm like, as much as I'm a video game guy, I'm a photography and like a video guy.
Yeah.
Right. So like I said, I got a camera. Here's a camera. It's just sitting right there. It's like $600 right here on my desk. Right. Here's $100. Little voice recorder. Right. No one wants to read my Amazon review on that one, but straight up, all I'm trying to say is like video games has just been a way for me to like forget, right? And I think like part of the process is like for you to do something good with your life, and then go home and unwind. Chris, I love that you're the one guy who's like tapping at his phone during like having a stressful job, then coming home and playing video games to unwind. Maybe a little couch co-op, maybe a little fun with the family. God, I love how you're just like ignoring me. It's amazing.
I'm not ignoring you.
No, I know. Listen, you're hearing every single word. No, Chris is a great example. He's He's got a let's call it a job that has like a level of stress that is, let's call it, sometimes high. Let's also say that.
Let's just say that my job requires me a garment that is literally designed to stop a bullet, because there are people that want to shoot me, and that weighs on my mind sometimes.
It weighs on my mind too, man. I don't want to see you disappear one day. I want to see the bullet get stopped by your garment. I also want to see someone who's a bad shot too, right? Like straight up, if that happens, like straight up, they need to be a horrible shot, just like Julius in Pulp Fiction. All the bullets are right behind you, and you're like, "What the F just happened? I think I'm ready to go to a desk."
What the F and F?
So I was doing a job recently where I literally had to jack the side of someone's house, his 2-story house, and replace like these giant beams. So I bring out like eight big hydraulic jacks and like 7 like big L-frame steel things. It's kind of what I do. Anyway, so jack up the entirety of his 2-story house on what I guess 38-ton jacks. That's all added up, and we replace a big chunk of his stuff. I know the guy personally. I know he can't afford much. Usually I get 5 G's. I was like, dude, don't worry about it. I'm doing this on my time. This is my equipment. I own it all. Right? I'm under your house. If all of these fail, your whole 2 stories of house could just on top of me. But I'm down here. I'm reinforcing all of your floor joists. I'm putting giant bolts into things. Dude, you're in my hands, right? Right? I charged him 0 labor. I didn't call any of my guys out for the crew. All I'm saying is dangerous situation. I knew I had it under control. It's nothing compared to the kind of stress that this freaking guy, trying to touch him through here, but my arm doesn't fit anymore.
I was wondering, are you frozen or just really concentrating?
No. He is a beautiful individual who concentrates when he needs to.
I'm trying to multitask and get the stream posted on the socials, because that's what we have to do.
Oh, we need more people here? Let me post this on my social. Hold on. Secondhand toy dealer, I have to say shout out to that guy, dude.
Man,
he's the first. No, he's the first guy who's ever been my favorite part of your videos is the end of it. And I'm like, dude, that's the kind of viewer. That's the kind of viewer I want. The kind who goes to the end, who's like, balls, right? And we're in front of the trees, right? That's the viewer I want. So shout out Secondhand Toy Dealer. You watch till the end. I know you do. Because you're sometimes even you can admit, you're like, I didn't expect that. And we're literally the second episode. I'm editing the second episode of the last season of Thrifting Game. So,
yeah. Mur asked, when do I get to be a guest on the CM Retro podcast? Bro, I thought you were setting up my podcast for me.
MC Mur, there's a link right now. We're recording it.
Listen,
we're just
I'd love to do a podcast.
I've been doing your podcast for a couple weeks now, Chris. I've been recording your live shows and just posting them to CM Retro podcast.
That's cool.
Oh, that's a joke. That's actually what I told you to do about 4 weeks ago.
Yeah. I barely know how to get a stream going. You think I know how to do a podcast? I was thinking about what would be a cool podcast intro song. You know what I mean?
Okay.
You have to wear a tie.
I'll send you. I'll send you the podcast intro show.
Wear a tie for sure.
It'd be like, do CM Retro Gaming Podcast. Do. We're gonna replace this when we have more money. Boop 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 boop.
I mean, do I have to do the Howard Stern where I kind of talk like this, and then on the actual radio, I'm like, yeah. So Robin, we had a Warlock McGillicuddy Jones 3-finger deal going on this weekend. You know what I mean?
No. Here's how it works. I'm going to start a podcast the next 7 to to 9 to 10 weeks. Giving Chris's track freaking record, I could wait 2 years. But I'm going to start my own podcast soon. Matt's Total Pile of Shiz. And yeah, I'm going to do it on my own channel. That's right. I'm cleaning around here, people. Nice. This is all, you can't see it. I've been painting walls. That's a lie. The walls look fine. I'm just kidding. I've been changing the carpet. The carpet looks terrible.
I would totally be in a podcast. I just don't understand how you get from doing a podcast and then what do you just like upload an MP3 or MP4 file to a site or something? Like I don't know anything about podcasts.
That's exactly what you do.
Do we need to invest in like video equipment so we can have like a video podcast?
No. What you're doing right now, right? You'd be like CM Retro Gaming video podcast on YouTube. Hey, check this out, blah, blah, blah. You post a video that we're doing right now. We do it all in private, not on live.
Yeah.
Okay. Then you post the podcast. And you wait a couple days. And you'd be like, at the end of the podcast, you'd be like, hey, if you enjoyed the podcast, we're going to put the video up, in 5 days or something. And then you put the video up. And then you promote that way. And then eventually one day you're supposed to like put the video tier behind a paywall, apparently. Yeah. But like, I'm not that far into things. Like, I don't think Papa Pete even cares, actually. I think Papa Pete's here for the passion, which is why I freaking love that guy. God, that guy's so amazing.
Who the hell are you talking about now?
I'm sorry, Papa Pete. No. Dude, do you have Patreon?
No.
Do you ask for money online?
No.
Then you're here for...
I just like doing it. I haven't.
No, you're here for the passion. Have you watched our channel? It's literally a joke on so many channels. Like Chris, you get it. You've seen it. You've seen our channel. You've known it. It's a joke about okay, let's be real. Our channel is a joke about the Game Chasers and how our show is better. Number one, our show is also a joke about how we worship Metal Jesus Rocks. Like a religion. No. I actually am writing the book of Metal Jesus right now. It's supposed to go into my version of the Bible that I'm getting custom printed with a picture of him on it. My roommate just showed up.
I have a Patreon.
I have to take a quick break.
I don't have anything posted on my Patreon. I use my Patreon to see what other people have on their Patreon and what they're offering.
So, Chris, here's what I think you should have on your Patreon. You should have your videos, the original first cut, because I would literally watch, I would pay to watch you, go through the process. And then I think that you should do a video series on Patreon about, freaking Micro Machine Cities. I think, getting in close and in depth on a Micro Machine City would be really cool.
I actually want to do more of that vintage Micro Machine stuff on my other channel, the Toy Freaks, cheap plug. We're at 44 subscribers. So, dude, hey, we're halfway to 100. And when we
is that live right now?
We do a giveaway.
Do you need my intro yet?
Yeah.
My intro sucks. I have no idea how cameras work. That's a joke. I actually am learning really, really fast how cameras work.
Yeah, I wish I had the time to learn editing.
No, it's not editing. It's learning the frame rate at which you film things, and learning to turn on your camera and put it in front of the TV, the tube TV at the right time, so it says Toy Freaks every second of it. Because remember the test footage I sent you? It had that that bar that ran through it every once in a while, and I've learned that if I was filming at 48 or 24, that wouldn't happen.
Yeah. Well, I will say this, on the Toy Freaks, we have 44 subscribers, which is awesome. But my last video got 48 views, which is more than we have subscribers, 53 views, 51, 207, 121 views. So, it's not going too badly over there.
I could steal it from you. I could be like, Lego Freaks, this is my new channel. I'm just kidding. No.
It's cool.
For real, no, I wouldn't do that, Chris. I would actually be like, hey, I'm doing a show that's a joke about your new channel. That would be the joke.
Over the last like 4 or 5 weeks, we've had like a really like interesting subscriber growth.
Are you on right now? Is Toy Freaks up now?
Yeah, I just posted the link in the.
You've been talking to me for so long about it.
Yeah. But yeah, it's really cool. It's fun to start a new YouTube channel, knowing what I know now about YouTube and how I want to make thumbnails and videos and that kind of thing. It's really fun. It's kind of.
Can you link it in the description here or in the chat?
It did.
I'd like to subscribe to it. I just can't find it because there's a couple of other channels that have similar names.
The Toy Freaks.
THA or THE?
THE. The link's right there, though, in the chat. It worked for me.
It's too late now. I'm literally not even in the chat anymore. Here's 12.5. Here's
Murr says he's not been getting Toy Freak notifications. That's probably true.
I'll be real.
Against me from YouTube.
I'll be real. I'm gonna go figure this out for a couple minutes, and then I'll be right back. Okay.
All right.
MC Murr does a sports card show too. It's
so you got the good stuff.
Sports card hub.
You got the $1 million. They're doll hairs. Oh, am I still on live? Oh crap. They're jokes. They're jokes, folks. They're jokes. Yes, I am a psychopathic joke dropper. Yeah. I'm still here.
Yeah. Murr's got 76 channels on his Sports Hub channel, and it is sports cards unboxings. I'm sure later down the line he's going to be at a garage sale and find some Desert Storm cards or some old Batman or Ninja Turtle cards, and he's going to want to open those on there.
Are those Desert Storm cards worth anything?
No.
I didn't think so. I was asking. Pro set. Right? It was Pro set.
They're like way overproduced.
I can remember
I love those.
I had cards 87, 88 when they were still 88 was sort of the Mendoza line, right? 88 on just went friggin' nuts. They friggin' made so many they're worth nothing. And I remember the crowd with the Desert Storm cards were when Pro Set and Score come into it, Pro Set and Upper Deck and
Upper Deck was huge in 89, and that was like the perfect age. I was about 11.
Yeah,
that first Upper Deck baseball set that had the Ken Griffey Jr. card, obviously that was sort of the headliner, but it had like the Gary Sheffield where the SS for shortstop was flipped upside down. Like they had like those air cards, and everybody hoarded those, thinking, "Oh, these are going to be." And no, those are like $1. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. And the Billy Ripken cards, right?
Yeah, that was the 88 Fleer where you had the bat.
Yeah.
It said fuck face, and then there was a black scribble out, and then there was a white scribble out. Yeah. And there was a Randy Johnson in that set where Randy Johnson's there, he's in the Expos uniform, and in the background in the stadium, there's a Marlboro billboard. Well, soccer moms complained about that, so they made another version of that where that was blacked out.
I never heard of that one.
Yeah. But again, we're talking about speculative markets.
Sure.
That thing popped, and those things aren't worth anything, Beanie Babies. And we're doing the same thing with the video games.
Sure.
And we're acting like we can't learn from history. It's crazy town.
Yeah. No, that's right. That's right. It's like
That's right. Secondhand toy dealer. Those cards are going to put our kids through college.
Yeah. Yeah, if you don't have anything before 85 now, they're not worth anything, really.
Yeah, what do they call that? The junk era or the garbage era?
Yeah. And now it's like about cards. I love collecting cards, but it became so specialized. Like, oh, look at this jersey card. There's only 12 of them. It's like, well, you can't collect them then if it's like that.
When they, they revitalized the market when they added all those insert cards. Yeah. But then it was like every pack has an insert card, but they're not really that uncommon because there's so many of them.
Yeah.
It was really like anything that was like 50 or less. That was sort of.
I don't know if I showed you these or not, but you told me that you collect video discs, right? You just said that.
Laserdisc.
Laserdisc. Sorry.
Yeah, I love Laserdisc.
Yeah.
Oh, what do you got?
Yeah, I got these a couple years ago at the thrift store not far from here, and I have nothing but these 3.
Oh, nice.
Right?
Those are 3 good ones to have.
Yeah. Well, do you have those 3?
I don't have any of those 3 actually.
No, is that right?
That is right. We work out a trade.
Absolutely.
I'll ship to Canada. I actually don't
like it's the other side of the freaking world, for Pete's sakes.
I think people get. I mean, the thing is, like, it'll probably cost me like $10 or $12 to ship something to Canada. You know, that's like under £1, but it cost me $5.25 to ship it to California. So really, it's like $5 or $6 more. I'm shipping it, but I think people don't get prepared for the customs form. So I ship on eBay a lot. So I've got a shelf that I've got like drawer. I've got custom forms here. I'll fill that bad boy out now.
It's not very difficult.
No.
You know, so it's not very difficult at all. So yeah, I've had those kicking around here. I think I found those, and what the blazes was it that came with it? I bought 4 video discs. I gave one to 64-bit to Connor. You know Connor, right?
Yeah.
We have her from years ago. That's how I get into this whole friggin' racket, was because he get into it, and we really enjoy it. Anyway, I think it must have been Led Zeppelin or something like that I gave it to him, a Led Zeppelin laser disc. I say video disc. Of course, I had all those video discs too. I got a whole pile of them over there. Nice. I like those too because, of course, that was before your day, but they were big when I was in high school.
Yeah, like big floppy disk in a plastic case.
Yeah, I'm gonna just grab one. Well, they're right here.
MC Murr says he's going to be hunting games and cards tomorrow morning. Good luck, buddy. I had a pretty good weekend of garage sales, considering it's late in the season.
The little RCA laser discs, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that actually a laser disc, or is that one of those ones that's it's like a giant floppy disc?
No, this is a video disc.
Okay.
This is a video disc. So like you would take that. I got a machine over there. I got it this summer. I got it from somebody who they moved in and they were cleaning out an estate, and it was there. And they knew that I was into stuff like this.
Yeah.
And a bunch of discs. And the machine works. And this is when you slide it in.
Yep.
You pull the case out and it leaves the record. It's like a record.
Yeah.
Side. And then halfway through the movie, you got to put it back in.
Yeah.
Flip it over. Yeah.
That's wild.
And then this, I don't know if I remember, I did pick up videos on that. And then I did one later on because a buddy of mine from Vancouver, so other side of the country, 3,000 miles away, Chris Dumaresque, he big into the television scene. He found a whole bunch of them for like $20, including this one. It cost me, I sent him the money, and it cost $50 to have them shipped out here.
No kidding.
It was a friggin' great big. Well, these puppies are heavy, and I think there was 19 of them in this package.
Yeah. Do you guys have media mail in Canada? Well,
no, we don't per se. I know what you mean. Like, but video games in the States aren't supposed to go media mail.
Correct.
Right, but that would. You're right.
Yeah,
but
media
mail is not that much cheaper in a lot of cases.
Yeah, you're right. If you're shipping like more than £1, it's gonna save you a bunch of money. But typically, you know, a regular like 8-ounce package or less, media mail was, I want to say, like $2.89, and first class was like $3.25.
Right.
So you know, 35 cents or so. But then they raised the prices, and you know, video games, you used to be able to ship those media mail. It was on their website about 6 or 7 years ago, and then they took it off because they realized how much more money they could charge if they took video games off of the media mail list. And I'm sure the post office made billions of dollars. And even today, some of the people at the post office don't know that video games, if they are or they're not. I sent some laser disc out to Tylord Stevenson, and the lady asked me, and I have record mailers that, you know, you put the record in it, you fold it, you tape it. I mean, they're perfect box sizes.
Yeah.
Sent him some laser disc movies. The little girl at the post office said, I said, this is media mail, this is first class, this is priority, right? And I went to grab another box. She says, "What is this one?" I said, "That one's media mail." She goes, "No, what is it?" And I said, "It's Laserdisc movies." And she kind of looked at me, and I was like, "Do you even know what Laserdisc movies are?" And the older lady started laughing, and the girl was like, "No." I'm like, "They're like movies that they put on huge CDs back in the day." But if I wouldn't have explained that to her, she probably still wouldn't know if they were media mail or not. You know what I mean? It's just old technology that someone that's 23 doesn't even have any clue. You know what I mean?
I know exactly. You got to remember, Chris, like my sister lives in the States and she lives about as far away from me as Hulk Hogan is behind you. Now, literally, it's if I went out walking, it would take me 20 minutes to walk there. But right now, with everything the way it is you can't go back and forth as easy as possible. So I never shipped anything through Canada, right? Unless I was shipping it to someplace else in Canada. And then there was even a point where I would sell something on eBay to somebody in Ontario. And at that time, it was cheaper for me to take it to Maine and ship it to them in Ontario than it was to mail it to them from over here.
Oh, you're shipping the crack through Maryland, huh?
I'm
sorry. I didn't mean to say that.
So bottom line, I know I'm really familiar with post. Post office over there used to be friggin' fantastic, but somewhere in the last year or so, it's gone nuts, hasn't it? Expensive.
Papa Pete.
You really got to know what you're doing. So like anything over a pound is going to ship priority mail, but the post office has what's called a region A box, and they'll let you ship up to 5 pounds in that box at the 2 pound rate.
Oh, okay.
And most people don't know that, so they just take in a 4 pound box. They pay the 4 pound rate when they could get it at a cheaper rate at the 2 pound rate. But they also have a region B box, which allows you to send up to whatever poundage. But people don't know that or utilize that. I always factor that in when I sell stuff on eBay. Well, if it's over 2 pounds, I just use a region A box.
I'll be real. Remember that whole debacle we had, Chris, with the whole games and stuff? No, don't feel bad. I actually have done that before, but with people who are also willing to mail them the receipts. Anyway, like I remember I resent that. I think it cost me $7 and change because it was media mail, right? Mm-hmm. Like I went into the post office and I said, "Hey, isn't there a better rate if they're all DVDs?" And she was like, "Yeah." I said, "Well, they're all DVDs in this box." And she says, "Well, okay, instead of $12, it's $9." And I was like, "Well, that's good, right?" No, you should really know what you're talking about when you're sending things in the mail. I know I did resale of books for a long time, and media mail was literally my bread and butter. Like you could charge like 4 times the amount that you'd spend on media mail for it. So just know your postals.
Robert actually works at the post office, so he'll back me up on this because I'm sure he's seen it. But media mail in the States is one of the very few types of media mail that can be inspected at any point during its travel to verify that it's actually media related items. Yep. So you have guys that'll send like a box of, video games that aren't media mail. Then they'll throw like a music CD in the box and say, "Yeah, it's media mail." But when that box gets inspected, the person that's receiving that package will then either have to decline the package and it gets sent back, or pay for the difference in cost. And if it's like a big box and it's overweight and overpriced, it's going to be expensive.
And for the record, when I sent that media mail, I knew for a fact that like all of the pieces that you had sent me were of similar media. Like there were no PS3 or there were it was like undeniable how similar the media was. So, and everything I wanted from you was the same media too. So, aside from the silly and amazing, wonderful toys you sent me, that
I can remember one day.
I'm working on a show. I have a beef to pick with Chris, but there's a segment about it in the new show.
Perfect.
It's literally about you, Chris.
Hooray! I love.
Don't get your head too. I can't touch it.
Love me, Jeffrey.
I'm trying to. My name is not Joffrey.
I remember one time that I shipped something. I sold a shirt or something stupid like that, and I took it to the post office in Calais, Maine, at 3:00 on a Friday afternoon, and it was delivered to somebody in Cincinnati the next morning at 11:00 Saturday morning.
Yeah.
And I remember I asked about that one day, and I said, "How the hell did that happen?" He goes, "There's something magical about the connection between here when they pick our stuff up and take it in Ohio."
Yeah,
It's a hub.
Columbus and Cincinnati both
It's a
have
hub.
mail hubs.
And
Yeah.
no, and they never stop operating.
Less than 24 hours. I mean, I could not have.
No, I think those MFers are like Star Trek dudes. They're on the 72-hour schedule. I'm serious.
Yeah.
I was
sorry.
Usually, if you get a package, at the post office before like 11 or 12, it goes out in the morning mail. If you get it there after that time frame, then it goes out in the evening mail, which then sort of delays thing by a half a day. Let's just call it a day by the time it. So yeah.
No, I'll be real, dude. You have to put
very few problems with our post office.
No, you have to put things in because we got a hub right down the road from us. You have to put things in at that hub before 2:30, and if not, it'll be 2 days delayed. But if you put it in, and it says it'll be there at a certain time, it's gonna be there.
Yeah, I guess that just depends on when the truck comes to that specific post office to pick it up. If you have some of these rural places, they may not get there every day,
And during that whole debacle, by the way, I like the guy that I was talking to, amazing guy, great guy. I like, does he have a channel? I don't know if he has a channel. Anyway, like during that whole thing, I was like, hey, like, I wish that this had all worked out better, but at the same time, like, I'm the one guy for you to do that with because I'm like the nicest dude in the world. I literally, like, I'm like a duck with the most waterproof back. And also why I respect people like Papa Pete, who's literally just was like at that. Thank you, Papa. I agree. And Chris, no, like you're the exact MFing hard-nosed dude that I know that has a heart of gold. Look at you. You got a Mega Man shirt on.
Mega Man.
You can't own a Mega Man game or a Mega Man shirt without having a heart, because those games are heartless. And the fans bring the heart to the game of Mega Man. By the way, I think I've reached my quota for tonight, right?
Oh,
no, it's Hunter. It's Hunter. There's nothing Canadian about it.
You're almost done. Don't be a bitch. Peer pressure.
I'm working. I'm sitting here. You said that, hey, beer, whatever, this and that. Like, I'm not even that drunk, man. I'm freaking 6'6". I'm 350 pounds, bro.
Are you cutting a wrestling promo on me right now?
Ooh,
you're cutting a Lex Luger.
The baddest mofo ever.
6'3", 225 pounds, 4% body fat. Lex Luger.
No, trust me, Chris. If I was cutting a freaking wrestling intro on you, I'd be like, the greatest ever, the best who's ever lived, the only, the most amazing CM Retro Gaming.
Maybe we should cut make a tag or a community video where we just where you cut a wrestling promo on someone, and then they cut a wrestling promo on someone else, and then they cut a wrestling promo on someone else, and you just keep linking all the videos, all the links in the videos.
I want to do that because I believe in humanity, but I also I'm cynical enough.
Oh yeah, Matt from Oak City Gamers says I can't sing and I can't dance, but I can make romance.
Actually, hey, no, that's a good point. I know this guy. What's his name? Josh from Your Player 2. He had other people.
I love that dude.
Other people do his channel intro, and I was gonna cut together some stuff, right? But I was like, you know what? Other people is good, but one person. So I think I might declare it right now. Chris, if you don't do my freaking intro, my channel intro, I'm gonna be a little pissed at you because I'm drunk right now and I'll remember it tomorrow.
Hi, this is
Peer
CM
pressure.
Retro Gaming.
Peer pressure.
Yeah, this is CM Retro
no,
Gaming.
no,
If
no.
you don't watch Oak City Gamers, then fuck you.
No. I want the full-on 12-second long intro that I can put music to. I want the whole, like, you know, I'm ready to bleed because these guys. I want the whole deal, dude. I want everything from you. I want everything and nothing all at once.
I want it all.
No, and that's the thing. Like, I know you'd give me that. You do it. I have no doubts in my brain. I'm not asking you actually now at this point now because, like, I know I'm literally not trying to put you on the spot and tell you to do it.
We could do like
you peer pressured me into drinking more.
Like a half Ric Flair, half DX promo. Like, a lot of you gamers out there want to ride Space Mountain, but we're gonna tell you this: none of you can be first, but a lot of gamers, y'all can be next. And if you're not down with that, then we got 2 words for you.
No. I think it should be more like, I know some of y'all out there want to ride Space Mountain and y'all want to be first. But you can do it for all these 3-ass virgin-ass mofos called Oak City Gamers. Right? Like, that would be hilarious. And then, like, maybe cut it and be like, no, dude, that doesn't work.
What would Ric Flair? He'd be like, Ric Flair would be like, woo!
No.
When you walk around saying you're the man, you gotta be the man. When you style and profile and you walk that thrift store aisle,
yeah, exactly.
You gotta
Okay.
be the best. Right?
No. If Ric Flair came out, he'd be like,
real shouty and spitty.
Yeah, he'd be like, woo. He'd be like, you gotta go, and if you're in the city of Oaks, right?
You throw in like you have to craft one and be like, in the thrift store, I'm a 60-minute man, girls. Even with that clerk, that fat one over there, right? That's something Flair would do.
See, like, actually, no, and I like, for in defense of Ric Flair, I get that because I've been with many a girl. Because I am definitely not the person to deal with someone in my life, even though I have a son and a baby mama. And they all live in this stupid freaking house. Yeah, that's a little spoiler for people, too, because I'm going to do a reality show in the next 5 years. It's going to be on NBC, Matt's Broadcasting Company. I'm stopping. I'm stopping. It's coming soon, though.
I like it. Oh, I got a laugh from secondhand toy dealer. He loves me.
Wait, who's here? Who's here? Is there people here? I'm off my phone.
We can do wrestling promos all night. Pete, I'll be there. To watch wrestling promos.
Who does what?
Who did you like to watch the wrestling promos?
Who didn't I like watch new wrestling promos? For Christ's sake, the Ultimate Warrior. Still don't know a single thing he said the whole friggin' time I watched him.
No.
Goes into a nosedive. Hulk Hogan.
I was about to say, like, the old school ones would be like, weighing in, blah blah blah, because secondhand toy dealer is doing it. Like, he's the old school guy.
You guys don't know the Cuban Assassin.
Weighing in 750 billion pounds.
Calgary Stampede Wrestling and Olympic Grand Prix Wrestling, where he just be on there.
Okay, Papa Pete, don't make me How I Met Your Mother on you. Canada does not matter. Canada's not a thing, dude. I'm sorry.
Mr. McCullough. Anyway, Canada doesn't matter. Okay.
No. Okay. Yeah. Oh wow.
Canada, you got somebody to blame, right?
No, actually, it's a place to go hide when you're ready to go back 10 years.
Stampede Wrestling,
and everyone's supposed to be nice to you.
Jericho.
Although I'll be real, I've been up to Canada recently. Like
Calgary Stampede Wrestling, right?
Dino Bravo.
Well, no, I was about to say. Sorry.
Bad News
Chris.
Brown.
It's Chris's channel. What are you talking about?
Chris Benoit.
Woo! You got to put the woo into it.
That was one of the more. Did you watch the newest Dark Side of the Ring yet, Chris?
About the plane ride from hell? Yes.
No,
that's
dude,
not the newest,
no, that's the newest one. That's a
What's the new one?
Chris.
It was about FMW. Is that what it was called, Matt?
Yes.
It was about the third Japanese one, but it was so off the wall, like with the explosions.
It's like Famijutsu Marihatsu wrestling or some shit. Dude, no. Like I know. Like I hope I didn't offend
wrestling.
Anyone there.
Anyway, it was about Aceto. The guy who ran it and started. Aceto is still around now. He's sitting there having smoke. And it looks like he's about 30 for Pete's sakes.
No, he's not 30 though, right?
Oh, I guess he isn't. No, but he looks good for somebody who's gone.
I know he's like 60, right?
Yeah,
I mean, exactly. And he's smoking. He's like chain smoking, big fatties.
Smoke, tell the story. Yeah. Said I was done with it, It's like so I gave it to this guy, then he ended up running to the ground, killing himself, and I took it back over. Like the guy was like, it was pretty interesting. Like,
it was like
a lot of Terry Funk,
Yes,
love Terry Funk, man.
It was good too. And I did a show where I talked about Orndorff because I had read like about that Terry Funk was in really bad shape, and of course Orndorff passed away. And so I did a show, one of my Tuesday night things. Jeff and I talked about that for a while, and but I don't know when they recorded this stuff. But Terry Funk was coherent. He was pretty good. He told some good stories about wrestling. FMW. What the hell are you doing?
I'm wiping my face off of all the whiskey I've been drinking, not from Canada.
Terry Funk was one of those guys like I didn't really care for when I was a kid.
Right.
As you sort of get older, you kind of grow an appreciation for his legacy and what he means to the wrestling business.
Understood.
So I was going to say I saw Terry Funk out in Clayton, North Carolina when I first started my pizza job out in Clayton. And it's not that long of a story, Chris, but I'll make it longer. So oh, is it really that bad? Because I really need to pee. You guys need to get back. Anyway.
Just talk.
No, for real. Like, I actually met Terry Funk once. And it was at no, it's not cool. Because it's a funny story and it's also a horrifying story. So, Terry Funk was...
the doll where Terry Funk touched you.
Well, no. Terry Funk actually, he came down to Clayton, and it was early in my days. It was like 2017, 2016, 2017, 2018, somewhere in there. Maybe 2015. God, it was early, like mid 20 aughtness. Okay. Anyway, so I'm like, I get a pizza order, right? It's for Terry Funk. Okay. And I'm like, and it's not for Terry Funk, it's Terry Funk Organization. And it's like a giant chunk of pizzas. It's like 30 or 40 pizzas. And my boss, who is a wrestling fan for many years, he's slightly older than me, maybe about Papa Pete's age. Papa Pete can't defend himself. He's old. So, old people, they remember people like that. And I ended up going there and I met him. And I told him, I was like, hey, I actually know who you are because I'm old, right? Essentially. To make the long story, the I can't find a beer story short. You should go find a beer, Chris.
No, it's okay.
Click the thing. No, I'm fine on my own. I'm literally drawing the story out. Go get a beer if you don't have one.
I want to hear this. I want to hear it.
Oh, but I met the guy and I was like, dude, I actually know who you are because I remember the old days, right? And he was like, dude, that's fucking cool, man. And I'm like, well, for real, bro. I know that. I know that you're cool and you're good and stuff, but I've never actually seen anything good that you've done. And he was like, I know it's a fucking shame, bro. And I'm like, I know this guy from somewhere other than like reality, right? And I'm like, oh, this is cool. And I'm like, yeah, right? And as soon as I said that, he was like, oh shit, bro. You want to come hang out with me, man? I got a fucking every once in a while, right? And I dropped off like a big chunk of pizzas, and I went and hung out with him for a little bit. And I was like, yeah, I'm actually like getting paid to do this right now, and my boss will be okay with it because he's like a huge fan of you, right? And then I was like, I put down like it was the piece of paper that they were handing out, and the pizzeria I just started working at. Like I was the delivery guy. I was a pizza delivery guy, right? Like, because I could tell you the same story about Jimmy Buffett being a snow cone guy. Okay, right? But I was like, hey, if you just sign this, right? And he was like, oh shit, man. I don't know if my hand fucking works. He's like, I think I just fractured all of it in this fight tonight. I was like, wait, what? Right? And I was like, yeah. He's like, here, I tell you.
Or he was just trying to get outside in an autograph.
No. He knew there was a fan involved, and he took the pen like this. He grabbed it like that.
Oh, nice.
And he was like, carefully over about 3 or 4 minutes, signed his name perfectionally. Like, perfect.
It's and 9 letters. Terry Funk.
Yeah, I know, right? He did it 4 times. He said, tell your friend, wait till I'm fucking dead and sell the other 3. I'm not joking. I said, can you at least put Touré on the first one? He was like, I got enough time for that. Right? Right. So, like, the idea is that this guy just rolled his freaking arm in a competition, asked for like freaking 14 pizzas, like 14 supreme pizzas, and enough other kinds of pizzas for other people. And he said, yeah, he like, okay, so like I went out there and I delivered the pizzas. The guy who was getting the pizzas and paid me said he gave me a wad of cash. He was like, hey, make sure you pocket the rest, bro. And it was $1,200, by the way. And then he says, here, take these 4 pizzas and go take them to this place. And so, like, here's the thing, is that, like, in Clayton, North Carolina, people who don't know, there is a bit of a mafia that rolls around there. And part of them used to own the police, and they don't so much anymore, but they own the wrestling market, as it were. And Chris, you know, when you get to the middle of freaking nowhere, that's where Clayton is, because I used to drive 45 minutes every day to get to work to make pizzas for people who are 45 minutes away from Mega Man. Yes, that's right. I see your shirt. It's amazing and beautiful, and I know you love that game. It's still horrible. It's a giant, torturous, horrible freaking mess, just like Castlevania. Not Metroid, though. Not Metroid. Never Metroid. Sorry. It's a joke. They're jokes, Chris. I have to act like Captain Kirk. Like you.
Damn it, Scotty.
Hard games. First off, let me just throw back real quick to the topic. Hard games aren't bad. You know, sometimes spending 500 hours playing Breath of the Wild is not a bad thing. When you just get the game and you just get the stupid Switch and you're just like, hey, I'm sitting in a carpool lane waiting for my kid in elementary school to get out of war.
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind a challenging game or a hard game. I just don't want to play the same game for 40 hours. You know what I mean? That's a job. That's a job. When you play a game for 40 hours, that's a job.
Okay. Picking up your kid in a carpool is a job too, which is something I did when the Switch came out. This is my original Switch I haven't changed it. I only bought 2 sets of Joy-Cons and 1 Pro controller. And the Pro controller was late in the life because I was like, yo, I want to replay Breath of the Wild, right? Mr. Matthews, you need to just suck it up. Sorry.
Mr. Matthews, he says hard games suck.
No, Mr. Matthews should
he
click the link.
Meanwhile, he does a series on his channel called NES Hard.
Yeah, you should click the freaking link. You should click the freaking link. I'm calling him out tonight. Click the link. Mr. Matthews, come show up right now. Chris, I can hold my piss. Go get some freaking beers.
Jobu needs a refill.
I'm like, Jobu, definitely. Jobu is out of ex-Canadian whiskey, and we'll go get some Scottish whiskey soon.
That would be called Scott.
No, it's called Scotch.
Yes.
You said Scott. That's
Scott.
my cousin.
I said Scotch.
No, that's my cousin. He's in like the freaking CIA. He has no neck, and he's like, actually,
Scott is the name. Scotch.
Hello, my name is Scott.
And Scottish is something from Scotland.
Fair enough. And Scotch is me just saying Scotch drunk.
There you go.
I see these amazing things behind you all the time. Yeah. Every time. You have like these beautiful, like, I just want to.
Which one?
Touch them. All of the Xbox stuff because, okay, Pete, here. Pete, I'll give you a little piece of my existence.
Right on.
Right.
Please do.
Wait. Hold on. There's a little piece back there. Oh, you see that right there? That orange blurb there?
Yeah.
That is an Xbox hanging promotional.
Oh, that's cool.
It hung in the store in a Kmart.
Yeah.
When Xbox originally came out. Xbox, like, I turned like 21. November. Yeah. Okay. So, yeah. I was like my 20s, my early 20s, 21. I'd given up on gaming. Yeah. I thought gaming was trash.
Well, me too.
Thanks for yawning.
I'm not yawning because it's like 12:30 here. I'm not yawning because I'm not listening.
It's 11:30 here. That's why I'm not yawning.
I'm an hour later.
Because it's
here. So
no, it's technically the same time here than it is there. I'm just saying that, like, we like to perceive that it's a different time. One day we'll all be on some sort of weird universal time.
There you go. This is Papa Pete time.
I'm just trying to avoid being a J.J. Abrams film up here. Anyway, so, no, like, okay, like, there was a Kmart down the road from me when I was growing up. And I remember I didn't buy Nintendo stuff there because you're old enough to remember that. But I remember that there was a Nintendo. It was a Toys R Us, and you'd go to get Nintendo games. And you have to like pull the paper, and then go to the register, and beep, and then go to a caged game place, right?
They bring it out to you,
Yeah, and like nowadays they just take this thing and they wrap like a weird like security thing around it, and they're like, and they're like, I need help here. I can't get the security thing. I think I broke your box. Do you want to go get another one? And I'm like, no, I think stuff inside is fine. It's a Kishi gaming thing. It's from my phone. Not bad. Not bad. Anyone want spoilers for my review of it?
Fair to Midland. Is that what you're saying?
Well, I was about to say, what are you pulling down? What is that? That like a holy grail ass motherfucking thing for me. Hold on, wait, real quick. It's not a holy grail thing, but
What are you getting? Everybody's left me now, so I guess I got to talk. Perfect Welch. Good to see you, man. Mr. Matthews. I've watched some of your stuff, Mr. Matthews. I really like it. Love it, actually.
Sorry, what?
No problem. I was talking. I was just meandering along. While you were gone, I was talking to the chat room.
Well, that's cool because you can do that while I have to pee in just a second.
Well, there you go. Chris is still trying to find beer. He must be brewing it, right?
No, he's brewing it, and then he's like recycling it, and then like he peed into the brewing machine, and then it turned it into beer, so you could just drink it again. Anyway,
what do you got? What's that?
No, I'm gonna be right back.
All right.
Talk to the chat. I gotta pee.
You really have to go, don't you? Oh, with good time, and he's just signing off, and we're back.
Yeah, you got that Scott Pilgrim. Oh, he left. P-Dub, Perfect Welch in the house. What's up? Yeah, Scott Pilgrim. Yeah, that was funny, man. That one night he just wanted to show. He showed that thing off like 10 times. That Scott Pilgrim game or whatever.
Is that the one for? Did he have the one for the Switch?
No, I think so.
Yeah, that's actually kind of hard to get. I have the downloaded copy. We played it. Viking Stew and Jeff and I played it one night, and it's a lot of fun.
Mm.
But the whatever reason, the physical copy of it's like $100 some now. Because what was it? Limited release, limited run game or something.
Yeah, that whole thing's a farce too.
I'm not into that stuff really at all. I'm not interested in it as an investment. I like this stuff because it's sort of like history, and I like this stuff for the same reason, right?
Yeah.
In television and Atari. I like Atari.
Hey, sorry.
They made a Samurai Jack game in the 6th gen. You know, they had on Xbox, GameCube, and
no, it's really good. The GameCube one.
But
yeah.
They announced a PS4 Samurai Jack game, and physically you could only get it at limited run. So I bit the bullet and I ordered it from limited run, and I ordered it like August 15th. And I didn't get this game until like mid-March of the next year. It was ridiculous. I hate limited run games as a company.
Yeah.
Oh, so here's the story, Papa Pete and Chris, because I was about to tell a story before I so rudely had to walk down 14 steps to go urinate furiously into a toilet. And then trump 14 steps upwards.
It's better than the corner of the attic.
Well, no, the worst part is that's only half of the problem I have is that, like, somehow I've sold enough literal crap in my life to help maintain this giant 3-level story house. And, so now I have to walk 28 stairs down to go and go out of the house and drive away. Yeah. There's 28. No, wait. I forgot about the front steps. 20, 29, 30, 31, 32, 30. There's 33 steps between me and thrift stores and video games and all that amazing stuff that I love and I love to find. But, no, here's my story. I used to be a music producer in 1999, 2000, 2001. And one of my partners in that business, which definitely went under, definitely sunk down like the freaking Titanic. Anyway, he went to Michigan for a week and came back and he said, "Hey, Matt, I went to Michigan. I know you missed me. I know you were like in need of all of this mastering and this stuff. I'm going to bust that out in 3 days. And here's a Christmas gift for you." And he handed me this thing. And I've had it ever since. And I'll never sell this game. This stupid freaking copy of Jet Set Radio Future.
Oh, cool.
I'll never sell it. Like, this belongs... No, well, it belongs to my son. Right? Oh, no. Don't Papa Pete me and go look at your stuff and be like, yeah, I got that. Oh, let me just be like, let me pull that out of my ass window. No, this is the exact copy he gave me. Pristine, brand new, still.
Right on.
dude, I smell it.
That's not an easy. That's a
It's-
hard can to get too.
No, he bought it. Okay, he bought it at
Yeah.
a furniture liquidation warehouse in Michigan.
Oh wow.
In Michigan, furniture in let me just go ahead and tell you, it's Michigan, but it's like probably like 15, maybe 20 miles right out of hell, Michigan. If you're familiar with Michigan, you know that there is an actual hell, Michigan. And yes, it occasionally freezes over. That's not a joke, Chris. I really wish you'd actually laugh. That's not a joke. That's a real place. And
Because it's in Michigan and it snows there.
yeah, I know. And
Oh,
it freezes.
it does
It
freeze
freezes
over.
the hell over, right? Oh my god. Oh, and I do this to my kid. Like when my kid messes up, I'm like,
Do.
like what? Just. And he's like, Dad, that's Jackie Chan. And I'm like, it's a mean kid.
You know that song? Do. Want to be like Jackie Chan. I don't know. It's not it, but you know what I'm talking about.
Don't eat magic erasers. Yes.
Radical
There's no
Reggie
drugs
is
in this.
here.
There's no drugs in magic erasers, folks. You can use any kind of cleaning solvent.
Okay.
Radical Reggie.
Radical Reggie is here. I don't know if that's the real Radical Reggie or if Stuntman Mike is playing his goose. But if it is the real Radical Reggie, he will know a couple years ago I sent him a picture of something that I got at the video game store. And he will know what that is.
Chris,
And that's exciting.
if it was the real Radical Reggie, wouldn't you have him modded on your channel like I do and Metal Jesus and Kinsey?
No.
Kinsey's like the freaking the blessed mother, bro. Okay, you gotta be forgiving, bro. Like you gotta be like, I praise Metal Jesus today because tomorrow he may tell people about a delicious game that's something I'm deliciousing on right now. And this is how we pray. I'm sorry. Did I make it creepy, Papa Pete?
Reggie, if you want to jump in, man, feel free to and just hang out.
Make it. What are you talking about?
Blender Bros is not wrong, but I was thinking of the picture of that console that I sent you.
Literally, like pushing our hardest jokes as hard as we can recently. Like Metal Jesus is not a deity. Okay, we don't worship him on the regular, but we do have a giant shrine to him in my closet over here, which we are going to reveal.
You know, like the Marvel What If on Disney Plus. What if Metal Jesus only listens to boy bands? It's an alternate multiverse.
Actually, I'm gonna be real. Like for real. I listen to freaking deep Danish hard metal. Okay, I listen to hip hop. I listen to everything. Dude, Metal Jesus, he listens to boy bands. He probably would be like, yeah, it's cool, right? Like that's catchy shit.
What if he's like into Shania Twain and like the Judds?
See, I think Chris, you said Shania Twain because you're being afraid of being torn in twain.
No, because she's a hot smoking piece of ass.
Oh, she still is. Yes,
I want to get
100
in that butthole. That's what I'm talking about.
And she's Canadian.
Oh,
she's all a
Papa Pete.
All about it.
I'm willing to give up. Here, I just posted my 100 in the chat because I'm willing to give up.
Reggie isn't wrong. I did send him the old when I picked up Blender Bros and Car Battler Joe on the Game Boy Advance. If you're not familiar with that game,
dude, Chris,
look that one up on eBay.
Chris, I literally have been trying to find Car Battler Joe.
Yeah,
it's expensive
and it's awesome.
I'm coming to your stinking state, and we're doing a video segment for my new show on that next year.
Okay.
I know that I need to know someone in your area, and I do.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I know everyone, Chris. Pete,
Yo,
I probably know your dad, or your mom, or your granddaughter, or something. I don't know what the hell you got going on over there. I probably know your progeny through like digital existence.
they call those people the same thing up here in Canada that they do in the States. So
No, they don't.
yeah, they do.
No, they don't.
Parents, grandparents, stuff
It
like
didn't
that.
say. It
All,
didn't
they
say.
all
It didn't
call it the
say
same
Pete
thing.
Pop Pete. It just said Papa Pete.
Papa
You know.
Pete, Papa Pete.
No, I'm. Don't no.
I
Don't.
was sad to see Rebel Gaming Clubs do video where they're stopping the worst
Yeah.
pickup.
No,
Worst
it's
pickup
dude.
ever.
It's
Me too,
the
very much
worst
so.
freaking thing ever.
We had a good conversation about that back about 8-10 months ago. Like it's very difficult to keep something going like that. Like he had so many different people involved with it, like often, and people just drift, eh? And it was all
Hey.
Dan trying to do it himself.
Pete, you're right. I said it was the worst thing I'd heard for the worst game, right? Pickups. But
Dan
like
can keep doing stuff.
I think some of that kind of inspired my thought process of saying, you know what? Thrifting game needs to end because we've all moved on from it. It was our first show. 5 seasons or whatever, or 4 seasons or whatever is enough, right? Let's focus on doing new stuff. I want to do my thing. Like Joel wants to do an amazing movie show, right? I'm not spoiling any of that stuff that he's been talking to me about just by saying he wants to do an amazing show about movies and Blu-rays and stuff.
Yeah.
Because he has this amazing collection. And I got this amazing freaking DVD collection over here.
There
We talk about like Planet of the Apes. I could get Papa Pete on because he remembers that. Chris, you're not included.
Okay.
It's a joke. Actually, no, for real. I am also starting we're diversifying. We said, like we still want to do this thing, the Oak City Gamer stuff, but we want to we want to do our own thing, right? But we also want to remember that there's this thing that connects us all, right?
It's pretty hard to get content with thrifting nowadays.
Well, it's like Oak City Eaters. I mean, Chris, you know what I'm talking about. That's a show that we're developing, or we're starting to develop right now, which is us eating stupid, ridiculous things. Oak City Eaters has literally been like something that we've done in the first episode of our stupid thrifting series. One of the early jokes was to hey, let's do a thrifting series and let's get so distracted by the stuff we're doing. We're just going to go and do a whole nother show. And it's like, oh, hey, we're eating food now. Oak City Eaters, right? Okay. So, but putting that thought process into stuff and saying that maybe eating stuff is something other people might be interested in, and saying Oak City Eaters, and then also tying that into the idea that it's a joke about game chasers, because Joel loves game chasers. I literally, I'm indifferent. I actually am so addicted to YouTube. I'm addicted to all kinds of crazy stuff on YouTube, like how to cook a souffle, or how to trim a cow's hoof, or
It's cool to learn stuff. Like I learn stuff all the time on YouTube, but and I don't have anything against the game chasers. I don't know them personally, and it's nothing against their content. They make great content. But honestly, I don't even know if they posted recently.
They did a couple days ago.
I couldn't tell
Chasers.
I couldn't tell you. I don't give a fuck.
No, that's my point, Chris. That's my point. They posted a couple days ago. It's a spin-off show, the Toy Chasers.
Right.
We're gonna do Oak City Eaters. They're
everybody's moving on, right?
Well, no. We've never moved on from the idea that making pickup shows is a joke about other people's pickup shows.
Okay.
And we haven't given Chris the due that he deserves, because we should do a parody of his show. But we love him too much to like just like sit there and try and shit on him is really the truth. Because no, okay, Chris, you give me permission now. I'm going to do a thrifting game episode in our last
Do
season.
it.
That's literally a joke about your shows.
Do it. I don't care.
You really don't.
No.
You're ready for it. You're ready for it.
Yeah, all I do is stand. All I do, bro, is I stand right there. I turn the camera on and I tell you what I picked up.
Papa Pete, dude, put that shirt back down. I'm about to get so hot and so freaking bothered by that freaking Jedi chest of yours. Oh my god,
Jedi PA.
Jedi IPA.
I mean, I don't really.
I have no idea, but it's funny.
I put as much effort as I can into my videos. I could probably do more editing wise, but I don't have the time.
So, Chris, do you want to
that's
know?
The hard part. That's the biggest time consumer right there. That's what I like most about it. That's why I did it. I hate recording them, but I like editing them.
Chris, I will tell you 100% that one of the first people I subscribed to was you. Not because I was searching for something fulfilling, just because I was searching for something genuine, like a friend online when they needed to take a dump and I really needed a push, right? You know, I really wish that Papa Pete wasn't like stroking a pussy and you like callously being like about it, but no, like straight up, like, okay, some people with gastrointestinal issues, right? They live on a toilet, and I'm one of those people, right? And somehow I still manage to build buildings and build additions and, like, you know, make hardscapes in people's lives. All of those hilarious things that I just said that are my actuality could be total metaphors for all of the shit jokes that I could put out right now. Chris, I said shit jokes. You literally were like, anyway, those are all metaphors for the fact that, like, most of the people I work for, right? Like, I'm undercharging like 5 out of 5 of them easily, right? Because like, I give a damn about people, and I'm honestly, like, I used to do a little bit more, but I'm like working on my own stuff right now because Chris knows that, like, when you're faced with, like, you know, choices in life, sometimes you have to make the right choices. And I spent my days making kind of the same choices as him, and he's gotten everything said yes to him, and I've had everything said no to him. And I'd definitely be a cop right now or an FBI agent. But I turned down multiple opportunities to get there. And my point is that, like, my life isn't about shit that I've turned down. It's about stuff that I care about, like video games, because I don't want to deal with hard life, right? Chris, if you had the choice to just be a shitbag who made money on eBay sales. Oh, sorry, no. I didn't mean that. eBay sales and reselling occasionally when it meant something right. I have very hard definitions for these freaking words that I'm using. I've treaded the line is what I'm saying, right? I don't feel like I've pushed over this. What is it right here? I'm on Papa Pete. Here's the morally ambiguous part, and here's the okay, it's Papa Pete part. And I'm pretty sure Papa Pete's crossed this damn line a couple times. But no, like, I feel like I'm like over here, right? Because my real passion in life has always been like photography and stuff like that. And when my mentor left to go to California, it kind of hit me for a loop. Like, it really hit me. He gave me all of his Macintosh computers since 1982. Like, essentially my entire life's worth of Macintoshes. He gave me those. I'm leaving. I'm going to California. And I'm going to be with my rich son in California. And I'm going to live in Palm Beach. And you know what I told him when he said that? I said, Bob, do it. You're 80-something now, 89. You ain't got that much time left. Go live in the land of beautiful women and palm trees. Yeah, Chris, this is why when I call you out, I know you're willing to, like, just... All right, okay? Like, Papa Pete.
Yo.
Are you alive?
Yeah.
If someone walked into this place that you live in,
yeah,
and said, Papa Pete, are you willing to fight for what you believe in? Tap on your chest twice, like this. You do it. Steven Seagal. Anyway.
Not on Saturday Night Live.
No. Let's all be real. We're all people. We can fuck up or we can succeed all we want.
Yep.
The truth is that, Pete, you don't make videos for money, do you?
No.
Chris, you don't make videos for money.
Cost me a friggin' fortune because it's friggin'. Yeah.
Chris, you don't make videos for money, do you?
Absolutely, buddy. Why else?
100%. Oh my God! Thank you. I'm living with the two.
Adam's here. Adam Mitchell in the hizzy. What's up, homie? Good to see you.
Well, is he going to show up in the chat? Anyway, look. My point is that whether you're here to make money or not, we're here for fun. Chris, do you enjoy yourself?
Yeah.
Papa.
Yo.
Peter, do you enjoy yourself?
Yeah, absolutely.
Don't act like you don't have a Jedi PA shirt on. Anyway, I am somewhere in between the two. I enjoy YouTube for what it's worth, but I really don't have much fun because I grew up with the workaholic as a dad. And he was also a veteran and basically told me that if I didn't wake up at like 6 a.m. at Reveille, that I probably wouldn't make much of myself. And my brother was a 4 o'clock in the morning kind of guy, and I was a 10 o'clock in the morning kind of guy. And the truth of the matter is that somehow I figured out a damn way to make this stupid house get paid for. My dad's not very good with money, by the way. And also I'm like threatening everyone in the house with the fact that I'm going to sell it one day and I'm going to make like a giant, awesome, amazing OCG gaming house. And then we're just going to make videos out of it for 10 years. Chris, you're invited.
Can we do a review of the Togi 2?
You know what, Papa Pete? Actually, I am dedicated to the idea that one day I'm going to show up at your place and I'm going to be like, hey,
let's play
check out this game. I can't tell you to check out this game because it's impossible to own. Let me just go ahead and go to where it is possible to own. Here's Papa Pete. He is a Jedi PA, kind of mofo.
Xbox A to Z and just do like 5-minute reviews on every Xbox game in alphabetical order?
Chris,
That'd be the way to do it, wouldn't it?
stop doing stuff in my brain that I'm still developing. That's an idea in a notebook. Do you want to see the notebook? It's around here somewhere.
No, I'm good.
It's too far away.
No,
It's
not
too
even
far away.
there. Not even close either is the thing.
And
I don't know,
no, neither am I, Pop. Neither am I, dude. I've like freaking. I have 1,700 games, and that's like a laughable number to you. I'm sure you're like,
No, it's far from it. I don't have that many.
1,000.
A couple years ago, I started like you buy whatever you could get hold of, and it was like. Then I realized like this is foolish to try to get some of this stuff because you're just not gonna. So I collect Xbox, Intellivision, Atari, and some NES. I'll collect NES. I have other games, but I just.
So, Pete, I'll be real with you. Just you want a piece of nostalgia? You just go look at my life like 2 years ago. Oh yeah, that's right. It's called the Thrifting Game. You can go watch it anytime you want. Dude, I'll be real with you. Just go watch it. Like,
I've watched a lot of them.
I know you've watched. Okay, you know what? I notice when people watch videos because the only watch time I ever get is on this stupid iPad with leather case. From it's like an iPad Generation 2. I can only watch like YouTube videos on it. That's my point. By the way, it's not just my view farm. It's Chris's view farm. It's Pete's view farm. It's Stampede Gaming's view farm. It's a bunch of people's view farm. Anyway.
Mr. Matthews says he has about 2,000 games and only one Xbox game. Well, what Xbox game is so special that it has earned a place in your collection? I'm going to guess
we're all just
2001.
We're all just going to be quiet.
I'm guessing Madden 01.
Madden 01.
Only one Xbox game. I'm going to call it at Halo or Jet Set Radio.
Knowing Mr. Matthews, it's probably like the Mega Man Anniversary Collection.
Panzer Dragoon Orta. I should have freaking said that. Holy crap.
Here you go.
Mr. Matthews, if you're into the market for selling that game, I will buy it from you on a payment system, and I will put you on actual credit for it because you're Mr. Matthews.
A lot.
Yes.
Now. That's like
now it does.
Dragon Order
like
is sort of a neat one to me because I can remember when I decided to do Xbox. I had an Xbox. I had about 25 games, and Sean Long did a video about getting an Xbox now before it goes through the roof because it's going to be upgraded on Xbox One, which it did.
Who did a video about that?
RGT. He was
really good times 85. You mean the guy who said? The guy who said my freaking state sucks? All right, cool.
Anyway, he went on.
Here.
He listed a bunch of games. So I've done too many games, and my goal that too many games was to get the 10 or 12 whatever games he listed. And the only one I couldn't find in the whole friggin' place was Panzer Dragoon Orta. And Connor went out, and he was out with Dan and the boys' Rebel Gaming Club. And there was some guy who they used to buy games from every year just out of his trunk. And Connor got it for me for $11.
Okay, so Mr. Matthews, it's going for $11. Pop Pete says.
$50 game.
You sell that to me in a payment plan
for $11.
For $11.
2018, right?
Yeah, I think I got mine for $14.99 at a video game store when it was about that price. And I was I better get this.
Yes.
Straight, Mr. Matthews, it's going for like $70, I think, or 60
$70 now.
Yeah,
Chris,
dude. I'll actually pay you, Mr. Matthews, if you want to sell me that. I'll pay you for that. Chris, I'm willing to trade you crap, but I'm willing to pay actual money for things too. So if you got good money stuff and you're really trying to move with your hey, when we move, I'm going to sell all this stuff. Mm-hmm. Let me know what you're selling before at least 2-3 weeks, because you know how I work. Sometimes I'm I'm in a project. Like, just let me 2-3 weeks before you decide, and I'll start buying up a couple things, and I'll literally mark them CM Retro collection in my collection.
Are you going up next weekend to Philly?
I
Me?
am not going this year. Next year I will hopefully be able to go to a big convention, whether it's Too Many Games or the Missouri Game Con or the Southwest Gaming Classic or whatever the hell that's called. But that's one of
SEGE.
the things that's on my bucket list.
Is they just had the Missouri one a week and a half, 2 weeks ago? Mo Game Con?
MoCon, yeah, MoCon.
Yeah, well, that's nowhere near the size of Too Many Games, is it?
I don't know. I've never been to any.
I think it's like slightly larger than, or Too Many Games is slightly larger. Sorry,
I'm saying that just because that's close to, I work with Jeff from Go Game Go on a lot of different things. He's in the St. Louis area, him and Stu. So I'd love to go out there sometime. We're talking about next. I'm hoping two things. I guess really, I'm hoping. First of all, I'm hoping that next year, Too Many Games is back in June, same weekend it always is. And second of all, actually, a week later would be good too. But second of all, is that I can can go next year. All this bullshit's over with. So
Yeah,
so that'd be cool. Because I think you and
Mr. Matthews, you're not a true person who will sell a freaking dragon game. Sorry, Papa Pete, I apologize.
Sorry, man.
Literally, the way you said "oot" literally made me want to disrespect you during your speech.
Oot?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
He's all about
Huh?
No, I have a love-hate relationship with Canadians since, like my first girlfriend was Canadian. No, that's a joke. That's a joke. Was that like Wonder Years joke? I don't know what joke that is.
You were there when? You were there at 18, right? When I was last there, right, Chris?
I've never been out of state for a gaming convention.
Oh, I could have
sworn Zachary. I was about to say.
Too Many Games once before.
I've never been out of state for a gaming convention, mostly because I was working my way out of the dirt for about 10 years while I was building my contracting and carpentry business. And now I'm throwing it all in the dirt to do wedding photography.
What happened?
I don't know. I love him, but oh boy.
Honest to God, I thought you had told me before that you had been to Too Many Games one of the years that I was there 16, 17, 18. It's about a 15-hour drive for me.
Oh no. It's I'd say Philly's probably about, let's just call it about 8 hours.
8? Is it 8?
8 for me, yeah.
Oh man, that's a good drive.
Yeah. Well, it's not bad. Like, I guess my thing would be like, I'd take off on like a Thursday and I'd kind of leave Thursday morning.
Yeah.
Kind of get there whenever I get there, and then check into the hotel, and I want to walk around the floor and see what's there, maybe pick up a couple things. But really for me, it's about drinking beer, hanging out with friends, eating good food.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I've always looked forward to going back because I went, like I say, I can remember about when Connor started getting into it. He was about 14. He had made the video and won with Game Chasers and stuff like that, and he was starting into it. He was with Screenwave by then, and he said, "Oh, we should go to Too Many Games. You like games?" And I do. I've always loved them, but it's sort of like I just didn't do it still, and he said, we're going to go. And I said, no, we are going to go. And I started getting more and more into it. We get into it. And then in 16, we went. So 16, 17, and 18, we went down. And I was just the old guy because I took Connor down to hang out with his friends, whether it was Scorpion Slayer and Jerps 93, Jeremy Stubbs. And, of course, RGT, Sean Long, and D Dave, all those guys, and I just sort of hung out and met Scott Squatch and all those guys and the Bad Graphics Gamers. And then the next couple years went down, and the last year I got into making the videos. That's when I met Dan and Rebel Gaming Club, and they were going to do my stuff for my channel, and that was cool. And since that all started, the channel got bigger. I met so many different people, yourself and J Love, and just basically dozens of different people. It would be so different for me to get down there again now.
Yeah,
as it was the 3 years that I went. I'm so much looking forward to going again.
Yeah, you'd be like a major market YouTuber, man. People be asking you for pictures and autographs, and
I ain't a major market YouTuber, but
a
I'm
lock
really
of
looking
your
forward.
hair,
I'm really
a lock of your hair, like
a lock of my hair. There you go. Not enough of that left. But I'm looking forward to meeting all the different people that I met through doing these videos. You know.
Yeah. And
That's the
I
thing.
figured, too many games, and the Missouri one, they're about the same distance, but in Philadelphia, like you said, Dan and those guys kind of live over there, Retro Bro, J Love, T Belly, Megadan, those guys, make it out there every year. So
Megadan, exactly. Go there, and I can remember seeing J Love, and I remember her just because I remember seeing her.
Linda, aka
I used to talk to like Jay and RGT and all those guys like Jay from the Game Chasers stuff. And I just really look forward to going back to meeting people that I've talked to over the last few years. That's the big thing for me, to go back there again. So I'd love to go to Mo Game Con. Is that what it's called? In Louis, because that's where Jeff and those guys. But the plan is they're all coming there in next June as well to Philly. So it's about as far for them though as it is for me.
Yeah. I 1 year I thought about going to the Barry Game Exchange.
Oh yes.
I don't even know if they still have that, but again, that's 7 or 8 hours, and I was gonna make a trip of it, go up to Canada. Uncle Strange said he would take the train in, and we could hang out. I said, I'll just get a 2-bed hotel room, and we'll get pissy drunk.
There you go.
And hang out.
The last year we went, Yesse Asha?
Yeah.
Yeah, so Yesse come down from he's up in Ontario as well, and Pemberton, and he came down. Oh yeah, great time, and Arnold's is right there too. Too Many Games has got this gaming center bar. That's where they had the concert the last year. That's right there, but next door to the place too. It's really a good spot. It's outside of Philly quite a bit, huh? But next weekend they're having this year's, so they missed the entire year 2020. 2019 2021 got delayed, and they're having it this weekend coming. So,
well, I hope all of them guys have fun.
Yeah, I hope everything's okay for everybody.
Yeah. Well, the local convention we had here, they still wanted us to wear a mask.
Well, they are there too. They have to wear a mask there. 100% mask. There was some talk about vaxxed or not vaxxed, and it's like, who's going to police it? So,
right.
At the end of the day, the only wise thing to do is everybody wears a mask.
Matt says he lost power at his house.
Oh wow,
that sounds like a problem. You might want to get that back. He says he's on his phone, but he's got to go. He's leaving. So, all right, man. Thanks. Right, appreciate you stopping by.
Take care, Matt. Right on.
I'll pray for you and your power shortage. Dear baby Jesus, who art in heaven.
Yeah. Please let Matt have his power back as soon as possible.
With electricity. So, yeah, too funny, man. Listen, man, I've been shut out all summer at yard sales. All summer. Just nothing. If I hadn't found a couple big boxes of Transformers, I'd have been completely devastated. But
where the hell is it?
Went this weekend. The Freemason Temple was having their sale, and I got a couple VCR DVD combos for $5.
And that's all right.
Then the guy I know was like, I got a Nintendo out in the car. Stopped at a garage sale. They had a Wii, and then I left my phone number, and they called me back because they found more games. Like, that never happens. This is weird
I
weekend.
saw that. You did that in your video, didn't you?
Well, I made that video today. I haven't posted it. So
I saw somebody else. Okay, then I was thinking about somebody else then, but I don't even know where the hell it went. But I did get a Mario Luigi 3DS. Which seemed to be a pretty good deal. I got it for like $60 with actually 4 or 5 games, which are pretty good because one of them was a Pokemon game, $35, and But other than that, that's about all I got this year. I didn't go faithfully either because it gets kind of frustrating when you don't have any luck over and over again. And I know you got to ask and blah 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 blah, and I do ask, and that sometimes I do get some extra stuff with that, but still,
Yeah, it is brutal. We have I kind of live in a rural area. We got 5 little communities, and usually they each have a sale, and they're all on different weekends, and it's great. But
Yep.
Newark's 20 minutes, Gahanna's 20 minutes, Pickerington Reynoldsburg is 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Johnstown's 15, 20 minutes. So if they're not having community sales, I'm not driving 20 minutes to Newark.
Yeah.
To go to 2 sales and then drive 20 minutes back. You know what I mean? Especially with gas prices,
That's right.
as ridiculous as they are. But yeah, I just couldn't find anything, and nobody had anything. And usually when they don't want to sell it, they'll say big boxes of Legos. Oh, we're keeping that for the grandkids. Well, they have them. So in a couple of years when you go back, you can kind of ask for it. But
I knew where it was. I just looked up and I saw where I put it. Yeah, it was in a pretty good little case too. I think this is a real Nintendo case, but you see that?
Yeah.
It works fine too. Works very well. Charger. And they got Super Mario Brothers 2.
Nice.
I got Pokemon X.
Nice.
Mario Kart 7. I guess just one other game, and that was a DS game. What the hell is it? Super Mario 64S. So that's pretty good for what I paid for it,
I may have the case and manual for that.
I have some cases of manuals upstairs too. I may have one for it, tell you the truth.
Well, if we do a trade and I have one, I'll just throw it in there.
Right on. Yeah, we'll do a trade for those video discs. I bought those. I bet you it's been 4 years since I bought 3, probably 3. And basically they've been sitting right here in behind some other stuff ever since. So we'll figure something out. It's just it's been so weird last year because normally I could send those to you, you'd have them in 2 days, but right now it costs 3 times as much and it will take 4 times as long.
Yeah, right.
But, yeah.
Cool. All right. Well, boys, it's 3 hours and 15 minutes, and that first hour I let loose on some ranting stuff. Plus,
I saw your rant, and it's I saw it actually after I was doing it. I wish I had been around for it. Is all I'm going to say.
Yeah,
we're not going to rehash the whole thing now.
Yeah, you go watch it when this video's over. Go back.
Yeah, there you go.
Screaming and yelling. And I didn't mean to yell at Flat Earth Gamer, but when you say that Tommy snaps at trolls on Twitter and you try and make it a Tommy fault and you displace all the blame from the trolls, then you're not looking at the situation objectively. They're both wrong.
Yeah. Tommy shouldn't do it, but I mean, he's been friggin' pushed right to the gunnels with this whole schmozzle is all I could say.
I think he expected some haters, but I don't think he really realized the scope of the fire of the video game community, which, listen, most of these guys are a bunch of bitches anyway.
Do you think that it's more of a sport than fact-based?
What do you mean?
I mean, do you think that people just are looking for somebody to do it too, and that seems to be the person or the group or the organization that is really a target overall right now because of some very high-profile people? Or do you think people actually have genuine concerns with the situation or with the organization?
My personal feeling is that they're an easy target. They're a young company. They've got Tommy's a guy. He's a character, right? He is who he is. And it's easy to sit there and nitpick. What I really have sort of a problem with, and I'm starting to have an issue with on the YouTube landscape, is all these guys do is make Amico videos. If it wasn't for
Yep.
the Amico, they wouldn't have anything to do or talk about.
Right.
And you know, I value people that make their own content, not people that live off of other people. You know,
Yes.
I can make 100 videos about Darius Truxton. I can make 100
Yeah.
videos about Tommy Tellerico. But
Yep.
those are just bitching and complaining videos. You know what I mean? I'm not really creating any content, anything original. But yeah, some of it is not factually based.
Right. So yeah, there you go. So you're basically, you answered my question. They're in it for sport. They're just looking for something to hate, and this is the easy target, like you said.
And what I think what's alarming is I'm sure some of these people don't even care, but it draws attention to their channel, and that's the only reason they're doing it. So they're really just sort of living and making a name and collecting views and subscribers off of the back of the person that they're trashing. And I think there's something sort of maybe not ethically wrong. You have a right to sort of criticize and do whatever you want.
Well, you better have a basis for it, though, Chris.
But I mean, you can have an opinion; it can be wrong. But I think there's a moral issue there where it's like you almost know you shouldn't be doing it, but you're doing it anyway.
Well, some people don't have that much ethics.
Because we could have different opinions, and we could be wrong, or one of us could be right, or depending on perspective, both of us could be right. I could say, you know, Pete, the sky is blue, and that's a scientifically accepted fact that the sky is blue.
And I said, no, the sky has no color whatsoever.
And then you would say from space, Earth isn't surrounded by a blue haze. You can actually see through it, so it's clear.
Right.
We're both right from a certain perspective.
Yeah.
You know, but yeah, I mean,
if I go on a diatribe about after that saying and shit on you as much as I possibly can, that's not right.
Yeah, I feel that, you know, I'm on YouTube, and if somebody wants to criticize or make videos about me, then that's their right to do so. But it's also my right to respond. But I guess what I'm trying to get at is, you know, YouTube Joker A makes a video about the Intellivision and bashing E3 and not making physical content, and then the next day they make a video about E3 and not making physical content, and then a week later they make the same video. Like they have no creativity.
No,
they don't really care about the video game community, or else they would make different content. The Geek Getaway, I'm sure, I think his name's Nick or Tony. I'm sure he's a nice guy, but fuck, man, stop beating the Amico drum. Like, because that's the only thing that's bringing subscribers to your fucking channel. And it's like, it just gets monotonous and boring. That's why I stopped subscribing to Radical Rick and Darius Truxton and all of those people, because I don't want to listen to the same song every day.
Yeah.
And that's what they do, and that's what they do to get views.
I would hang my hat on the fact that he's actually a nice guy either, though.
Yeah, I mean, from what I understand and my interactions with him, he seemed nice. I've been in his live stream a couple times. Yeah, and he's been nice to me. And you know, he talks a lot of shit about the Amico, but the truth is he's pre-ordered one.
Why does he care?
So he's at least interested. I don't know. I wouldn't care about what, nor do I have the time. But I don't know why I would care about what Tommy Tellerico says on Twitter. I just don't. I don't have that kind of time. But to talk about it over and over and over, day after day after day, and to have 4 and 5 hour live streams where all you're doing is criticizing, something that Intellivision did, or something that, Tommy did for the 3rd or 4th live stream in a row, kind of makes you look like the asshole, in my opinion. You know what I mean?
Me too. It's like,
you're just so unoriginal and so uninspired that, because I asked him last time I was on his live stream, I said, what are you going to do 6 months after the Amico actually launches and nobody cares about it anymore?
Right.
What content are you going to make?
Find somebody else to hate.
But that's problem number one with the YouTube gaming community right now, is that everybody's a drama, and I'm a news channel. Really? Where'd you get your journalism degree, fuckface?
Yeah, really. What do you think it started? It didn't start with him, though. Do you think he just suckered onto because Country's the biggest channel?
What are you talking about? Geek Getaway? Or are you talking about, who are you talking about?
Yeah. Do you think like this Geek Getaway is not very big? It was insignificant. All it has 100% is Amico. But do you
Right.
think that the root of the problem, the start of it all, was with Pat and Ian and the CU podcast?
Maybe I don't know, but I think there's got to be a little bit of truth that this is Tommy's first time doing this. This project has had some hiccups, some problems.
Oh yes,
along the way. So they make an easy target.
Yeah.
If Nintendo said, "Hey, the Switch 2 is going to be delayed because we can't get thumbsticks from China," people will go, "Oh, okay, that sucks."
Okay. Right.
And they would give it a pass. And maybe rightfully so, maybe because Nintendo's an established company, whereas Amico really isn't yet.
Yep.
This new iteration of Amico, or in television anyway. But I just think Tommy is sort of polarizing, and the product is. It's easy to create heat around those people. See, like Relic saying, like he also won that called the SEC about Jay Allard. I don't know anything about that. You know what I mean? Like I don't even know what that is. But see, Relic saying Tony is the root of all haters, but he pre-ordered Amico, so obviously he loves it enough to put $100 down. So
he is the core. I mean, the person.
These guys are bizarre.
Know your entity better than anything, right?
These guys are bizarre.
It is bizarre. The whole thing is really. I can't understand. Like I don't go like on Saturday night. I'm sitting there going, it's like, oh, I hate this channel. I'm going to try to get on their chat. I get on your channel because I like talking to you and I like the stuff you're talking about. Like, why do you focus on what you don't like?
Yeah, well, that's just that one of the levels of toxicity in the gaming community.
Yeah,
is creating hate. Hate creates controversy. Controversy gets views and subscribers and exposure. But 6 months after this console releases and nobody cares about it, what are you going to talk about on your YouTube channel?
I don't like on my YouTube channel. I talk about stuff like the Intellivision homebrew of GoSub, which there's 200 people in the world who give a shit about it. I do it because I like it.
Yeah, that's the thing is you make the videos that you want to make about things that are interesting to you, regardless of how many views it gets. Right. These guys don't want to make Amico videos every day. They don't want to spend hours, screen capturing what Tommy said and then misinterpreting 2 or 3 words to fit their narrative. They don't want to do that, but they're so non-creative, and I hate to use the word loser, but it's sort of loserish to think about that. You're a grown man. I think Tony's the same age I am. Tony's following around a grown man every day.
Yeah.
Just to see what he says.
Yes.
Or to catch him slipping on, some video or some report. Or like think about that.
Not even this folks, something you can interpret. Like, something you can interpret as being negative and can fake it out, I don't know. Oh.
Yeah, right. Like I don't know, because Tony has said that he's genuinely interested in seeing what the console could do, which is fair. But if you're going to give it on one side, then you got to give it on the other side. Then they got this maniac on there named Carl, who's one of the dumbest motherfuckers I've ever seen on YouTube. And like somebody's talking and you're like, yeah, I want to talk about Sonic. And he's like, like with his mic, like, dude, get the fuck out of here, you chump. You know what I mean? He's like the most ridiculous person. He's definitely one of those people that followed. If Tony said tomorrow that, the Amico is the greatest thing since sliced bread, Carl would say, I changed my mind too. It's the greatest thing. Like, I don't know what they're fucking doing over there.
Well, but they're proud of Tony if he can get those friggin' rats to follow him. Pied Piper.
Yeah, you get that loyal person. I get, I'll use that. You know what I mean? I don't even know the word for it. But yeah, I don't think that just because he put down $100 to pre-order gives him a free pass. And to be honest, I don't even know if that's true. It's not like he showed a receipt. Like here's my invoice that I ordered the wood grain console. Not that would mean a whole lot, but there's no way to really know if he actually put down the $100 pre-order deposit.
I mean, Relic's on there. No, the Relic's been involved a lot. Like Relic is really intent with the haters and Tommy, stuff like that, and he's very, very knowledgeable about the whole situation, much more so than I am. And even though I've been involved probably with the Amico or following the Amico as long as anybody, but I'm from 100% television point of view, right? I love the television when I was a kid. I'm not into the other stuff, and I've faded back a little bit just because the television, the Amico has gone from the in television Amico to just the Amico. Okay, because then I'm not even going to say this. I say, do I want the Intellivision? Do I want the remaster games? Do I want the original games? Do I want to be able to call up you, Chris, and say, hey, let's have a game of Major League Baseball from 1979 online,
awesome.
which we're not going to be able to do right off the get-go at the least.
Yeah, that's a bummer.
I mean, that's what I was. So I've backed off a little bit. But that being said, I'm also smart enough to realize that if it was all about the old Intellivision, it wouldn't be successful. They have to find this other stuff.
Yeah.
The family friendly, the hanging their hat on the couch co-op, no online. I love no friggin' microtransactions. I love that one.
Yeah.
Anyway, my point is,
I mean, I think it's going to be an interesting console. It's going to be something great. And, I've said this on many a YouTube channel, if I can get 15 minutes on Friday afternoon with my kids to play it, that's an hour a month. That's 12 hours a year extra I can have with my kids.
Yeah.
For $300, sounds like a good deal.
It is. You talked about it earlier about our games being too long. Our games too long nowadays, right? That's one of your topics.
Yeah.
Again, I said back then, we talked about that briefly. I said, this is why I love the older games so much, because you can sit down. I can play a game of B-17 Bomber. Even if I don't play it till I die, I can play a mission and have fun. I can play Bomb Squad and have fun. I can play Astro Smash for a while and have fun in a half hour. And this is what the Amico is going to be as well, as you can play for half an hour. It's not like, oh my God, okay, I'm going to plug in Red Dead Redemption 2. And now I know that if I'm going to play this game till it's done, I'm going to play it for a couple hours here, a couple hours there. And by the time I'm all done, I'm going to have 150, 200 hours into it. Right? I don't like that. Same as you're saying, you don't like that.
My kids, they're 14 and 17, and they just they would come in, they would something quick, pick up and play. And then, 20, 30 minutes later, they got, a Fortnite match on their PS4. My daughter's wanting to go to her friend's house and hang out. So, but that 15 or 20 minutes, once you have it with their kids, you don't have to give it back. You get to keep it forever,
That's right.
So
and I'm telling you right now, you get 14 and 17, mine are 19 and 21.
Yeah.
And
my oldest is 23.
They're gone. Right. So get that time when you can.
Relic says, play everything with speed, playing Battlefront 2, sniping clones. I'm just into gaming and I'm new to YouTube, honestly. Yeah. Now's not a really good time to get into YouTube, because it used to be a lot different 8 years ago. So.
Relic, newer to gaming, but man, you've been involved with you flew out to friggin' Philly and played it out there. You've done a ton of playing of the Amico. You've played the Amico and been involved with the deal. Some of the stuff you put out to counteract the haters I'm sure you're getting it friggin' double barrels right at you all the time, and it sucks. It's not right to have to be in the position if all you want to do is like a video game to defend yourself the way I've seen you do. Now you've done a lot of offense as well, which is cool from my point of view because I like what you do. But hey, I'm just not up for the offense and the defense, and I just want to enjoy the thing when it comes out. Kind of saddened to see some of the Intellivision groups on Facebook. There's a lot of people in the Intellivision groups now saying that they're canceling. They no longer are as supporting it as much. I'll say that I'm not as hyped up about it as much as I was at the start, but I'm sorry, it's been 2.5, 3 years. So of course I'm not. That's only natural. And it's changed somewhat, but you would bet your friggin' bottom dollars I'm not canceling my friggin' orders for my Founders editions because I can't wait to get them. And I don't care if it's another 2 or 3 years. I still think they're coming. I mean, I still have faith that Tommy's going to get them to appear. Man, some of the stuff that's going on in the world right now, it's it's crazy what's going on. You look at some of the things like the shipment problems, the ships that are lined up, trying to get into ports to offload. Of course, Sony and friggin' Microsoft, they're getting their equipment first. Little old friggin' Intellivision entertainment is not getting the stuff they ordered as quickly as these other places. And when you have a car dealership, GM dealership in this town right here where I live, that typically has 40 or 50 vehicles in it, not a big one, okay, 40, 50 vehicles. And literally, it looks like, oh my God, is the place closed down because there's no vehicles in the lot because they can't get the chips for the electronics in the cars. Why the hell do we expect to be able to get this brand new friggin' Intellivision Amico console? Because that's way down on the totem pole. Anyway, on and on you could go. I play everything as we speak. I'm playing. Oh, that was the last one. I literally started following the Amico at the beginning of 2020 when I noticed these weird behaviors, and then I did my research, and that's why I defend it so heavily. Well, cool, because you're looking at it with logic. That's about the only way I could put it. Is logically speaking, and I've never been able to figure out why the hell. Would people invest, like Chris and I were talking about a few minutes ago, invest so much time in hating something? I'm sorry. The things that I don't like, I don't do. I don't really like. Jesus, what the hell don't I like? Okay, I'm going to say I don't like running, but I do run. I might run tomorrow morning. If there's something you really don't like, don't want to support, don't have any interest in whatsoever, well, then probably it's like you move on to something else. You should be attracted to what you do like, what you do enjoy doing. I love playing video games. I love collecting. I put the two of them together. I have this collection that I've been trying to build. Whether it's friggin' Xbox or whether it's the Intellivision stuff. I love focusing on that. The YouTube channel, I talk about Intellivision stuff all the time. Not because everybody loves Intellivision. I mean, they all going to be my age to really like it, but just because that's the way it is. I don't go out and try to find something that I dislike and focus on it. Oh my God, I can't understand why they do it. But anyway, I could go on and on about that, I guess. I just did, but anyway. Yeah. Good to see you on here, Relic. Anyway, don't get much of a chance to talk to you very often, to tell you the truth. I do like the videos that you've done. And my God, I really enjoyed the live stream from down at Retro Bros place. And you and your son flew out, I believe, wasn't it? That flew out to that. And I wish I could have gone down. I've been down there a couple times for too many games, but just not at this time of the year. It's not going to happen. This time of year, I say, but right now we can't get down there. So here I am, literally 1 mile away from the States, and my sister's there. I can't go over right now. It's just, you can't go back and forth without a better reason to go than to play video games. Believe it or not, playing video games is not enough of a reason to cross the border right now. But anyway. I've just been rambling, Chris.
Yeah, I figure I'll have one more, and we'll wrap it up here because we'll be.
Yeah, no, sounds good.
4 hours, man. And I put a lot of effort into that first hour. I was yelling and screaming, using my first favorite F word.
Oh yeah,
I'm just tired of it, and I
fart, right?
I may free is my second favorite F word.
Free, yeah.
But I was thinking about making a video about all these crybabies on YouTube because I'm tired of it in the gaming community and how toxic they are.
But
you got Camelot, whatever, and he's crying. He's like, I didn't have any friends when I was a kid, and he's all crying. Like, dude, you're a grown man.
Yeah.
You know what they say? They say hard times make hard men create easy times create weak men, weak men create hard times, which then repeats the cycle, creates hard men. And we're definitely in a time when men are weak. A bunch of crybaby bitches. We're talking about video games, people.
No, that's right.
You know,
It's like of all the things to worry about in the world, like this is just isn't one of them. Why is this such a big deal?
it's like and some of these guys need to, buy a bullet and rent a gun because
Oh,
they're a bunch of fucking a-holes, and I fucking hate them. And I've been the nice guy on YouTube for like 6 years, but I'm slowly making that turn into I'll start calling people out on all their dumb shit, all the e-begging stuff, all the crybaby nonsense. Like it's just getting ridiculous. It's getting too much. And I've always said, if YouTube becomes like work, or I don't enjoy doing it or watching it, then I'll just stop.
yep.
My income isn't dependent on YouTube.
No.
Oh,
same here. You and I are very much in the same boat that way. You're younger, but we're still about the same. We're the same age. Same.
We're both extremely good looking.
They're bald, yes.
I mean,
that didn't need to be said out loud.
Get the ladies screaming.
Oh my god!
I get to a point where I can't take it anymore. The junk man. He does a lot of toy stuff, and he's on there talking about, I didn't want to do this, but a couple of my friends told me I should. My son needs this surgery, so I'm gonna start a GoFundMe. Meanwhile, he's got thousands of dollars of Star Wars toys behind him.
Well, there you go. Yeah.
Be a man. Don't be a bitch. Yep. Sell your shit and get your kids' stuff right. I checked the GoFundMe, over $11,000 raised.
Wow. Who's that?
That junk man. He does a lot of like Star Wars toy reviews. And I'm like, bro, if one of my kids was sick, I would sell everything in here super fast.
Yep.
It's unbelievable the crap that you see on YouTube with some of these guys.
Wow. And that's what gives it the bad name. It's not the freaking, my personal take is this. I have no issues with Patreon and all advertisements and all this stuff. I have no issue with that whatsoever. I don't understand the people that do. It seemed to be really negative there for a while, and then it just sort of fades away. It's like it's the hate du jour, right? But at the end of the day, oh shit, lost my train of thought.
I do have a problem.
I don't want to do Patreon because I'm just giving what I can give now.
Yeah,
if I'm going to give somebody Patreon, then I feel like I have to give them something extra, and I can't do any more than I'm already doing at this point.
Yeah, my whole thing with that is, YouTube does the membership thing, and you can make it like 99 cents a month, right? So
yes, yeah.
The thing is, like, what am I giving that is of value?
Right.
I watch Patreon, and I actually talked to some other YouTubers about, what do you give to make sure that they're giving that person that gives you $2 a month or $5 a month value? And most of them said, nothing. I don't give them anything. They have early access to my videos on Patreon, which a week later I post and they can watch for free.
Yeah.
Or like the memberships, it's $1 a month and you get little emojis and little badges and stuff. And for me, that's not value.
No.
I'm asking someone for $12 a year, essentially, so they can use an emoji.
Yeah, if I get there. I do it with Pete, like Pete's channel, OEB Pete. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I've heard of him. I don't really watch him.
No, I did a Miko All Access with him for quite a while. But he did all of his stuff that he races, he donates to charity. So it's just a charity thing, which is great.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah.
But see, even like Retro Bro, and I love Retro Bro, but he started that membership thing, and we're just watching, the chat, and it's like, so and so is now a member, a $3 member, or $2 member, whatever it was, and then so and so is a $2 member, and so is a $2 member, and it pops up, and then it's like, here we are 3 months later. He's like, well, I'm getting rid of memberships, and I'm, gonna do some different stuff, and it's like, so you took these people's $2. You know, each of them you took $2 for 3 months. Like it was just bizarre.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't see me ever getting to that point. I mean, it's fun. I do enjoy this. I enjoy this. I enjoy doing stuff with Stu and Jeff on Go Game Go. I don't know if you pop in once in a while.
Yeah.
Jeff and I do the stuff on Tuesday nights, and then I had a really good one on in television a couple weeks ago. We had the television collector and Electronite, William Muller from Electronite were on. It was great. We had a lot of fun, but it's for fun.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's not
because you enjoy the hobby. It's not that, you're trying to turn this into a business, which is what some of these people are trying to do. And quite honestly, they're not talented enough.
Wow.
If I'm being honest.
Yeah.
I don't understand, I'm watching like Retro Bird, I don't know how he gets all those subscribers and views, but it's like these videos, is the Nintendo worth collecting in 2021? No, buy an emulator.
Yeah.
It's a lot cheaper, and then they hype it up at the end of the video. And I think it is because nostalgia did it. Or, there's a video, and I was talking about earlier, I was watching some golf stuff, and then a video popped up, how to put golf clubs in your golf bag, 50,000 views. How to hook up a Nintendo 64, 100,000 views.
Wow.
T-Belly. So there's 100,000 retards out there that don't know how to hook up a Nintendo 64. That's what you're telling me.
Never underestimate the stupidity of the general public.
That's the state of the gaming community. We are falling like the Roman Empire.
Oh my God.
It's just absolutely bizarre. And I like I said, I thought about earlier this year making a video about that junk man and calling out some of these e-beggars because they get views. But then I decided against it. I was like, that's not my channel.
No, and making a call out against the Miko haters is pointless as well. It's only calling for more trouble for yourself.
Yeah,
Really?
Like Relic is saying, it's not really worth the time and effort that goes into it.
Right. And Relic has done it. And
once you stop making those Amico videos, all those people that are Amico haters and love to, start dumpster fires in the comment section. Once you stop making those videos, then they leave.
Yeah, I mean, I did quite a few Amico videos, and I did a little bit of stuff like when the first controversy started between Pat Contry saying what he was saying and Smash JT. But that was way at the very beginning, and it's sort of like, what the hell is he talking about? Like, why would you freaking shit all over a system when you're saying, "Hey, come play it"? No, I don't want to play it. I just want to crap on it.
Yeah, Pat made a ton of money bashing the Kamiko Chameleon.
Yes.
And instead of learning the truth, he just wanted to double down with the same criticism of the Amico. Listen, Tommy and Team in Television should send out bills to all these YouTubers that have made thousands of dollars making these stupid videos.
That's right. And there hasn't been a whole lot to talk about. Why would I at this point? Like, you can't keep going. Oh, I can't wait when it's been as many delays as there has been. But at the same time, I don't care if there's been delays. Realistically, it's like, okay, sit back, because there'll be time to make videos when I have it in my hand and I can play it.
Yeah, I mean, we're like that.
I will within a month and a half, 2 months.
Yeah, we're like that. If I don't get mine till next December, then okay, fine. Then I don't get it till next December. But some of these people will lose their minds. From a business standpoint, I think television needs to come out with something, because the people that are on the fence are probably starting to lose interest. So you need to do something to sort of keep their attention. Guys like us, we're going to buy it anyway.
Some of the people like us, that's what you're seeing more and more online on Facebook and stuff, and some of the actual in television groups and the television Amico groups even. Okay, no, I've had enough. I've waited long enough. I'm backing out. It's still a small percentage, but they're there. And they are there. I mean, what the hell does it mean to me? It's friggin', I got $200 wrapped up right now, which if I want it back, I can get it. Yeah. Big freaking deal. Like somebody made the really good point. Why do I care if they got $100? It's like, if $100 I have to have that back to survive, then I have bigger problems than to worry about whether or not the friggin' Amico's coming out.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? And so for me, it's like, if it comes out, great. But I will say this. I still have this strange feeling I'm going to see it at the beginning of December. Then there'll be videos made about it. Maybe.
You're not far off.
Yeah.
I'll say that.
Yeah. So we're hoping,
Mm-hmm.
We're hoping.
Yeah. I figure if I don't have it in hand or we don't know anything more by, the end of February, end of March, I'll just cancel my pre-order and pick it up at like Walmart or GameStop or wherever,
Well,
But I do want my wood grain one because I think it looks slick.
I don't want to be part of the reason that nobody gets one.
Yeah.
So I'm not canceling pre-orders.
Yeah.
Huh?
I don't care. I don't care that it's delayed, but I'd just like to know something.
Yeah.
Give me an update.
Well, I believe we're going to see updates soon. I sincerely do. I don't know that, but I sincerely do.
Yeah. I have a feeling that you're right.
Yeah.
I'm just sort of saying that to be a little bit more passive and pretend that I don't know more than I know. That's all I'm saying.
There you go.
I think we'll be in good shape.
Yeah.
At least by the end of January.
I think we'll hear more, though, before that.
I would say yes.
Yes. Yeah. Yep.
Pro Retro Hunter, what's up, Jake? Jake the Snake. Trust me, trust me, trust me. Man, last time I was on your live stream and we were playing wrestling trivia.
Yeah.
I get wrapped up into like the stories of it. And I'm like, man, if I wouldn't have given all that away, I probably would have won that by like 30 points.
You probably would have too.
And I should have known Haku was the first King of the Ring. I should have known that, but I got a little confused with Harley Race.
Yes, that's right. Yeah, you had a couple ones I thought you had. It's like, how did you do that?
Yeah.
I'd say if I knew where my book was, I'd give you a couple questions just to test you.
Name one wrestler. Okay. We got to do that again. That's fun.
Oh, yeah, it is.
We got to get Lance in there. Lance is like a wrestling aficionado.
Oh, my God, yes. Lost my damn book.
Uh-oh. Jake said at work, but he's in Tennessee now. I love Tennessee. It's a great state. There it is. I say, Relic, you do a good job with the live streams. Stick with the live streams, homie. All right, we got one question. One question? One question.
Say when.
When?
2002.
Oh, God.
Subject.
That's my weakest year.
On the January 3rd, 2002 episode of SmackDown, Mr. McMahon announced what as his New Year's resolution? There are 4 choices.
All right, what are the choices?
A, to give up drinking.
Okay.
B, to embarrass Ric Flair at the Royal Rumble.
Okay.
C, to inject WWE with a lethal dose of poison. Or D, to become a genetic jackhammer.
Oh, man, I'm going to say it's B or D. Let me see here.
I had to find the answer too. So,
man. I'm going to say embarrass Ric Flair at the Royal Rumble. B.
This is good. Oh, I have to find the answers now. You answered too quick.
Embarrass the Nature Boy. Woo!
Woo! 2001. 2002. What was your answer?
I'm going to say embarrass Ric Flair at the Royal Rumble.
The answer is B, to embarrass Ric Flair at the Royal Rumble.
Yeah, that sounds about right. When Flair came out and he was like, we're partners, like in McMahon's face, he's always really good at the facial expression, selling it facially. He's like,
you, with that question, are the official winner of the Papa Pete Trivia WWE Trivia Contest from the live stream. How many weeks ago was that? I don't know, 4 or 5 weeks ago.
I don't know. In my next video, I'm going to mention that, though.
Well, by all means, please do. It's really something you should be proud of. And
It's
you should be promoting all around.
That you get to be the world's heavyweight champion. Woo!
I was going to tell you though, if you do have a crown or something there, feel free to wear it.
Yeah, I might go get a belt.
Then we'll have to have a rematch sometime. We decide to talk about something else.
When you spend your whole life claiming to be the man.
Yeah. I've not had any time for it, like to watch much. I watched Extreme Rules, but I really want to start watching more AEW because I've really enjoyed what I've seen. Yeah, I simply love the Dark Side of the Ring.
Yeah, Dark Side of the Ring's great. I finally caught AEW last Wednesday. It was like Sting and Alan Darby in a tag team match, and then the main event was like a women's championship match or something. So I was able to catch like maybe it was 3 weeks ago. I don't remember.
Dr. Britt Baker, DDS versus
Dr. Britt Baker. Yeah, and
who is she against?
Ruby Soho.
Ruby Soho. Yeah.
So.
Yeah. So I watched the last pay-per-view, and it was exceptionally good.
Yeah.
Like compared to anything I've seen in WWE the last little while, like the Extreme Rules last Sunday night was like it was okay. Some of it was all right until it got to the very end, and it was the same shit, Roman Reigns all over again, and it was like, no, I'm tired of this. This is
about Extreme Rules.
Yeah,
are you talking about
Extreme Rules?
He's there and he's with Finn Balor, and Finn's doing the demon gimmick.
Yeah,
which I like when he brings that out every now and then.
Yep.
He starts flopping around, but then you got the Usos. It's like, well, it's the Extreme Rules. So knowing that going in, why didn't Finn bring like somebody with him, to cover the Usos? Like in kayfabe, baby faces are dumb. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
But I'd love to see like in that moment, maybe like the lights go out and you hear the gong of the Undertaker.
Oh yeah.
The Undertaker appears and like touches Finn Balor's head, and they start shaking. They have a little cinematic moment, like he's transferring some level of power to Finn Balor, transferring some of the Undertaker's power. Like if I were writing stories for WWE, I would like infuse the old and the new. And if we're going with this guy's a demon, let's play off of it. You know what I mean? Let's work it.
But they don't.
I know, baby faces are so dumb.
Look at the comments in here right now. Like, I love both AEW and WWE, but AEW is so much better these days. Agreed 100%, Adam. Yeah. And then he says CM Punk versus Darby Allin was the shit. And I really did enjoy that match very much, too, because Darby Allin is friggin' what he put into it was something else. And he was the perfect person to battle CM Punk in his first match in 8 years, because he did a great job, and he's a little bit smaller than Punk. I don't know, it was awesome. I really enjoyed that match. If you get a chance to watch it. Yeah.
Adam's saying Roman is going to remain Universal Champ until at least the next WrestleMania. They want Rock versus Roman Reigns eventually. Yeah, I mean, are they gonna pull a thing where Roman Reigns is heel, and he's overstepped his bounds? He's hungry with power, and The Rock has to step in and, teach him a lesson and put him in his place. I just kind of get tired of the, the Seth Rollins, Roman Reigns, Brock Lesnar merry-go-round they have. Like in reality,
yeah,
in any of these matches, because they gave it to Big E on Monday Night Raw, the first week of the NFL season.
Yeah.
And it's like, well, if you didn't think he was the guy, why did you give it to him for such a short period of time? But really, in kayfabe, in wrestling, the same guy shouldn't win every night. The little guy should come in, and if they just have a magical night,
Yep.
they could be the champ.
That's why Jeff pointed this out to me. I didn't even realize that AEW puts their records when they introduce them.
Yeah, it's a throwback to Japan.
I love it. Night secondhand toy dealer. What was his name again? You said it earlier.
Secondhand toy dealer. Yeah. Great channel. I love that guy. He's come on a live stream a couple times. I'm on his live stream when he streams. Toy pickup channel, man, and he doesn't pigeonhole into Star Wars or Legos. He does everything. So
that's cool.
Very cool. Wants to have a like we've got video game rooms. He wants to have a room where it's set up like a toy store, so you can go and like grab stuff off the shelf, and So I think that's kind of a cool idea.
Yeah, right on.
Yeah, Roman Reigns is boring. For sure.
Yeah, I don't like Roman Reigns at all. Don't like him, and I don't like friggin' WWE anymore because of him.
Yeah.
Even Jeff Hardy, like that match, that it was a triple threat. He's all over them, and then of course he gets beat, and that guy tells his name. Shit. Anyway, the newer guy, he won the Intercontinental or whatever over Jeff Hardy, and Christ, can't even remember who now, but it was another one of these just disappointing. It seems like WWE just does not want to give anybody what they want to see.
Yeah, and it's crazy because it's been like that for a while.
Yeah.
It's not like they're sort of just in a creative funk. It's been like that.
Bray Wyatt, I still remember of the last few years what I've not liked WWE, and it's been a few years. Some of the hottest moments that I said, okay, you can't help but sort of get into this, was like Bray Wyatt's entrances. And what do? They turn him into the Fiend, which actually went over really well for a while, then they get rid of him.
Yeah.
Now Alexa Bliss they're getting rid of her gimmick, right? She's off for surgery or something like that, and she'll come back, same old Alexa Bliss or new gimmick or something. It's like, it's so weird what they do. I think they're just so out of touch. They think of themselves as being so untouchable by any other wrestling organization. And like I said, AEW just had the friggin' 20,177 for attendance at one of their events. It was the first non-WWE wrestling event in North America with over 20,000 people since 2001. So AEW is growing, man, and it's doing well.
Yeah, that's good. It's good.
Damian Priest, that's it.
Wow. They have like these new and interesting characters. You know what I mean? Like they're like WWE for me, a lot of them are cookie cutter characters.
Yeah.
They say this, they talk the same talk, they walk the same walk. They essentially have the same move sets. There's banned moves that you're not allowed to do,
Oh yeah, it's bullshit. Adam, look at that last comment right there. Do you know who I mean? Do you know who he means, Chris?
MJF, the guy that feuded with Jericho.
Go do yourself a favor, go to Cameo.
Yeah.
And look up MJF and watch his little, they all do a little promo thing about, get my video. MJF's is the absolute most classic friggin' cameo introduction I've ever seen. It's friggin' awesome.
Yeah. I don't really know that much about him other than he did that thing where he beat Jericho like 3 times, and then at the pay-per-view he lost to Jericho, and then he like blamed the referee or something, and he's like, let me tell you something, so he's like living that gimmick, he's living the heel gimmick, and it makes great television.
Oh man, he's good. Seriously, check out that cameo, guys. It's friggin' hilarious, and it's MJF, totally kayfabe.
Yeah, it's great. It's great to see him living the heel, living the gimmick a little bit.
Oh my God, J-Love.
There she is. We were just talking about you.
Yeah.
Pete and I are going to come to too many games, and we're going to kidnap you and make you buy us dinner. And we can talk about retro games.
There you go.
Too funny.
I bet you J-Love's gonna be there next weekend.
Yeah, I think we were talking earlier, Pete. I think too many games next year is the way to go. Yeah. Instead of MoCon or Southern Game Expo or whatever that is. So
we're planning right now. Like I said, I never dreamed in a million years. Like, you got to realize, like, I live like, okay, my family is half over here, half there, and you can't go back and forth. I'm not American. I'm Canadian. And I never dreamed that I wouldn't be able to go across, because, like, this is someplace, like, I went to the States every day, if not every day, 4 or 5 times a week, and I haven't been there in a year and a half. Okay, so it's last February, and it's just so strange. Think about the closest place that you go to, and you just can't go there for a year and a half, and it's just weird, right?
Yeah.
And so we've been planning. I thought, it'll be good in a month, and then it was 2 months, then it was 3 months, and now it's been 19 months. It's like, and so I keep saying, well, by next year, that's what we'll do. Well, we'll see. But that's the plan. Next June.
That'd be awesome. I don't know what a suite costs at the hotel, but if there's gonna be like 5 of us, we might as well chip in.
There you go.
Just get the suite for Thursday, Friday, Saturday.
Yeah, right on.
About Trey Fitty says, when Triple H eventually makes his last run of matches, who would you guys want him to face?
Stephanie.
Who?
Stephanie.
Wrestle Stephanie.
That's it.
Yeah.
Nobody else.
Just be a wife beater. I don't know. You'd have to find somebody that's like a monster heel that everybody hates, Roman Reigns. And, there's nobody back there in management that could stop me. There's no boys in the back that can stop me. And then Triple H's music hits and he comes out and cuts his promo and says, I can stop you. I'm the game. Like
I'm not a Triple H fan. I don't like him. Might as well bring Gilbert back out of retirement for him.
Yeah, TNA was good for a while until they staked their entire future, on old WWE and ECW and WCW people. You know what I mean? They had so much good young talent. I know. We'll get Hacksaw Jim Duggan. Like, what?
Yeah, there you go.
We'll bring the Dudleys in. Who? What? All right. Adam says it's time to go to bed. We've been going for 4 hours. It's 1:00 in the morning here. If you're catching my voice is cracking. That's how much I was yelling earlier. If you guys missed the first hour of the stream, just watch that, because I went off on a huge rant about video game stores and the retro game bubble and a bunch of these fuckboys on YouTube. Anyway.
Yeah.
I want to thank everybody for stopping by. Matt from Oak City was in the stream. The Canadian sensation, the Maple Leaf Mac Daddy himself, Papa P. That old ass gamer was in the house tonight, putting it down.
Right on,
here. And I appreciate everybody stopping by. So we'll see you on the next one. Don't forget to like, comment, subscribe, share on social media. Don't forget to bang that notification bell so you can stay up to date on all of your CM Retro Gaming goodness. Guys, take care of yourselves, and we will see you on the next one.
Later.